session. Today is January 20th, 2026, and we're meeting at the district office located at 9361 South 300 East in Sandy, Utah. The first item on the agenda is our 2026 legislative update, and Charlie Evans, Director of External Relations, and Susan Edwards, Public Engagement Coordinator, will be presenting this.
Well, we have a lot to report. After the first day, actually, we don't have that much. I sent you guys a text message today. I'll talk about a little bit more in a minute. That listed all the bills that they added to the calendar today. There's a couple of bills on our hot list, but nothing that we're too concerned about. They did pass two of those bills one through the House and one through the Senate this afternoon, and so they're off and running. But I think everybody will remember that the first day is in the last three sessions they've gotten up to quite a bit of mischief, and none of that so far this year, which we are pleased. So one down, 44. There you go. Want to just everybody of course knows Susan, everybody knows Brooke, who is going to be part of our legislative team this year, and Henry. What's Henry's last name?
Say it.
Barrera. There you go. There we go.
We left him at the Capitol during floor time. He'll be down here, and we'll introduce him one night when he is here. But Henry is our intern this year and doing a wonderful job, and we're looking forward to working with him. So I just want to talk for a minute. Do you want to say anything about any of the bills before we get into communication?
No, I don't think so. Like he said, things are already moving. Your tracker's up to date to the minute before you started, so.
So that's what I want to talk to you about. I think everybody's familiar with the tracker. We will be sending that. That will come, as it always has, from Brooke. And so you'll receive that via email every day. And Susan and I and Brooke are going to make an effort at the end of each day to send you guys a short text message that just gives briefly, in a very general way, what happened that day at the legislative session. So everybody should have received that first one from me today. It'll sometimes come from me, it'll sometimes come from Susan, and occasionally it may come from Brooke as well. Feel free to ask questions on that thread if you think the whole board would be interested in it. If it's just a very specific question that you want an answer to, feel free to text me or Susan or both of us, and we'll be happy to get back to you. So at the end of each day, until we get too burned out to do it, you'll get that text message from one of us, which won't be too long. It'll just be a very brief overview of what happened that day, and then any bills that are listed on that, you'll have to go find in the tracker if you have any interest. And that tracker is completely up to date and will always be up to date as we always have done it. Is there anything else we need to add about that?
Nope.
Do you have any questions for us?
Any questions for it? Mrs. Nybar?
I didn't get a text, so you have my new number.
Well, whoever's got your old number got a really nice text today. Tomorrow, we'll get the correct
I
number.
think I know who that is, and it probably went
I
unnoticed.
also included a different Brooke than Brooke too, so I got
Random people.
clean that up
names or something. Fortunately, we didn't say anything too egregious today. Oh, good, you didn't get yourself in
Did you
trouble.
want to add any reporters to that?
No, although that will be very generic. I mean, it won't be anything
Right.
that's top secret on that. I don't want to put anything, that's all grammable.
Okay, thank you. Karen, did you?
I did. A quick question. Just because the governor is pushing this early literacy deal, I would like to see Senate Bill 127 expanded. Is there any traction, talk, movement along that line? I realize that they tell us that they just ignore him. Had a couple of legislators just say, it doesn't matter what he says about the budget, it doesn't matter, we're just going to do what we want. We don't care. But he's pushing that pretty heavily in the community. And he is sending his research group out to all the schools in the districts.
Well, that's a
Districts.
good question. Legislators like to talk about how irrelevant he is, but he's not irrelevant. He's
Forms
irrelevant.
public opinion.
He's as relevant as he wants to be, but he often chooses to be irrelevant. And so that's the answer to your question. Depends on how hard he pushes it. If he wants it, he will get it. But I just don't know how much he
I
wants.
just hadn't heard anything, and I know that you guys likely haven't heard anything. It's like he's digging this
Right.
back up from 22.
We've heard the same things you have, and
Okay.
Susan and I have talked about it, and we're just wondering, because if he does truly make it a priority, he will get it, but he's gonna have to make it a priority, and we haven't seen that so far. That doesn't mean he's not gonna do it, we just haven't seen it so far.
It's possible that he's just building momentum and that it will be a next year thing.
Could be.
I don't know. You know what I mean, getting all the, what? Studying it first before we speak? He might be. Oh, what a surprise. Okay, thank you.
You bet.
I had a thought, and maybe we don't want to move anywhere past our legislative priorities in that little pamphlet they get, which is great. But when we set up appointments this year to speak with people when we go to the Hill, I was wondering about if we think it would be helpful to have, if you look at the number of unfunded mandates and underfunded mandates, I sure wish we had a little graph that we could give to those that we speak to that day and just say, you know, just to keep it in mind.
Leon, you put something together like that in the past, could you duplicate that?
Last year.
And USBA Day on the Hill is January 30th, so it's a
Yeah.
week from Friday.
So it'd be
Two
a week
different
from-
You
events.
guys, that reminds me, I'm sorry.
Two different events.
I didn't mean to cut you off. Did I cut you off there?
I was just gonna say, yeah, like, it would be for the 30th, but it would be nice, I think there are definitely some people there that will listen, and if they have a little thing to look at, it could be helpful.
So if I'm reading the tea leaves right from that day, you guys have JLC from 11 as usual, so you're wanting to meet with legislators prior to
Before
11.
jail.
In the morning.
Yes, before
Yes.
jails.
Yes.
And they're in
And they're-
committees, and I've already put it on their radar and
Okay.
said.
So what they're gonna want us to do is come and stand in the halls and meet with them in the hallway,
Yeah.
which is fine.
Which is okay, we can
Which
do
is
that.
fine to do, and,
Just for clarification, because the two seem to have merged occasionally in our conversations. The first one is this, it is tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Not Thursday. Tomorrow is.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
From 3 to 6.
Tomorrow, we wanted to have not a rally, it's not a rally, and the legislature is going to be doing their thing. It's not necessarily completely for them, although we want them to wander
there'll
through
be
it.
committees when you're
Yeah,
there.
yeah, and then they'll come through. But we as in USBA, have decided that we wanted to have something positive to reinforce what they have done right, which isn't a lot, but we'll go with that. You know what I mean? Just be more positive about public education, because they think we're just the bad guys. So we're just doing a PR thing from 3 to 6, and we have, our district has 3?
5.
5, okay. Representatives, each, we know it all falls on the Wasatch Front because the rurals can't get people up there, but there's no student performances, but we have booths and people that can talk, and anyway, if you can come and support that, that'd be fine, but it is not the Day on the Hill. The Day on the Hill is the 30th, and it is not going to have anything in the rotunda. It will all be over in the new building.
In the new building. Is parking better?
Yes, parking is better,
They left spots for people.
yes.
You didn't say good, but it's better.
Where do we park when we go?
Wherever you can find a spot.
You'll still be on the
As
street.
usual.
Street,
But there's
okay.
more street parking than there has been before because of they've moved all the staff underneath, into the.
Okay.
So it is, based on today, it's quite a bit better today.
Okay.
Based on today, it was much better. And so that, I'm glad you guys brought that up. So tomorrow is actually a really busy day for us. And we've got the Senate Ed having its first meeting, and they've got a pretty long agenda with several.
What time is that, Charlie?
What's that?
What time is that?
It's at 3.
Senate ends at 2 to 4.
Oh, excuse me.
2 to
So
4, okay.
I'm going to come over and greet you guys and say hello, but I'm going to spend most of my time in the committee, and Susan's going to have to come over for at least part of it. But we will be there and available.
We'll
for
be
all.
there meeting our team
Yes.
Okay.
that's coming up to set up and help everybody
Yeah.
get everything they need taken care of.
Any other questions for us?
Just tomorrow, Karen, where is that event? Is it in the rotunda?
It is in the rotunda.
Tomorrow.
We don't have specific legislators scheduled to come down? I think someone,
All of ours have been invited.
they've been invited,
And
exactly, but they're not
most of them have
scheduled. They
RSVP'd and
said?
said they will
Good job.
come on.
All right.
Great.
We just know that was.
Be on the lookout. They'll be walking through, even if they aren't planning on it.
That's the idea.
Yes.
The idea is just to give a very positive view of what the public schools are doing, because they have undue, I feel like, personal
Yeah.
opinion, undue influence from the privates
Yeah.
and the homeschoolers.
Yeah.
The other time on the Hill I was looking for McKay is Friday morning at 8. You're being recognized for the work that we did on the technology.
Good.
That McKay oversaw that committee, so he's going up to represent Friday morning at 8, that we're being recognized as
That's
a
in public
district
ed-
of distinction.
public
That's
ed
in
probes.
public ed probes. It's
And
like
then-
short, 5 minutes.
And then he's meeting with Senator
He
Cullomore.
doesn't know that yet, but you do now.
Surprise.
Awesome.
So I think that's positive as those bills run, and I told Amber this, some of our parents had attended a town hall meeting for some of our legislators to make sure that they were aware of these bills and to introduce them to them and talk about them. So I think when they hear that Canyons is actually getting recognized for what we did, I think that's positive. And, I think and that was Senator Baldry that scheduled that up, after hearing the presentation at our lunch.
We're looking forward to that, yeah. That's gonna be a huge issue in this session, for sure.
We're ahead of the game.
Okay, is there any way you can let us know, like, if our schools end up coming up? Is there?
We always do that. We only have 4 that we know of.
Official field trips, and we've got some other entities, so yes, but we will get you the full calendar.
Anybody that's talking to, because we always have at least one school that shows up every year that we're not expecting. And that's fine with us, but we give them so much more of a better experience than they would get otherwise. And so if you talk to principals, your principals, that are planning that, make sure that they come through us. It's not because we want to control them, but they will get a better experience through us.
Our staff completely this year retooled the field trip booklets, and the teacher
We
guides.
can usually get them back into the lounges and things like that the public tours won't give them, so.
That's good.
I have a suspicion we don't know of some coming, because the 4 we do know are all in the same area. They're all,
That would be a low for, I mean, we usually have so many more than that come. But anyway.
I know some went earlier, because I know my
we've
daughter,
had several go earlier, and we have 4 scheduled later, but 4 for the session is about a third of what we usually have, so that's kind of interesting.
Okay, thank you, thanks so much, we appreciate all you guys do.
But
We will see you tomorrow. Okay, the next item on the agenda is item B, and it's the 2026 Board of Education graduation assignments. And Dr. McKay Robinson, Assistant Superintendent, will be leading us in this discussion.
So the very first thing we're gonna need to do is clear out the center of this table and get 2 sides going for arm wrestling.
Wrestling match?
Ready to rock and roll that way. I'm hoping that you are able to find the 2 documents in your folder. I thank Cindy for putting those together for you. The one that I emailed you actually have had a change since then, so I wanted to make sure you have the most current. So if you look at the 26 graduation information document, Diamond Ridge should be Thursday, May 28th, and Entrada should be Wednesday, June 10th. So if you're seeing that on yours, you have the
It does.
correct
My
document.
question is what does Jordan's theme say?
Jordan Valleys?
Jordan High.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Is unwritten.
The rest is unwritten.
Something is unwritten and I can't read it.
I just know the song, the rest is unwritten. I can send you a new one.
I just wondered,
Yeah.
because
So really, what we need to determine, and then the other document is just from last year so that you can see what's there. Anyone that plans on attending, we'd love to know those names as well, because they'd love to have you recognized on the program itself, and then who will be speaking, so those are.
Do you, real quick, McKay, and I'm good with whatever, do you want to rotate you and I, you want to split or leave it as is?
We can
or-
do that. The reason why I put it like this was very selfish. Jordan High School still have students of mine when I was at,
Well, then keep it.
who wants to say?
Okay, yeah,
it was very selfish.
that's great. I'm good with it.
But I can do food.
No, hey, I didn't know that, that's awesome.
I think
Because that day, at some point, will be no more, and then you're really gonna be old.
Don't remind me.
He's already feeling old
He
today.
is, I
For some
know.
reason, he's feeling his immortality failing.
So I'm
Look
ready
at
to
him, he's
simply,
aging.
I'm simply ready to jot down names as you discuss and who wants to be where and how we want to go about this, but
Okay, so the first is Alta. So last year, Holly spoke and Amanda attended. Are we fine, like, reversing that?
Yeah.
Okay, so Amanda speak,
this is Alta.
Amanda speak, and then Holly will attend. Okay, then Brighton is me and Katie. Katie, are you okay if I speak? Since you did last year? Okay, perfect. So far, no arm wrestling.
This is no fun.
It's true.
Okay, Corner Canyon. So last year, Amanda spoke and Holly attended, so are we okay to flip-flop that? Do either of you have someone graduating or not?
Not this year.
So it's next year, there'll be an arm.
Do you have someone next year?
No,
Amanda?
maybe it's 2 years.
Okay, yeah.
I have someone.
My son graduates next year, but then I don't have anyone after that for a bit.
I have someone in 2028.
Okay, oh, great. This works
Okay.
great.
Stay tuned.
So I apologize. What's,
So Holly's gonna speak, Amanda attend for Corner, so the opposite, yeah. And then Hillcrest, let me see who spoke, oh,
Jackson spoke.
Jackson spoke. And I attended and Andrew attended.
Just
Jackson,
know
you wanna
that
speak
not,
again?
not this year, but next year, I have
Are
a
you in?
grandson.
Jackson, are you
who's
okay with that?
graduating from Hillcrest.
I kept deferring first to Mont, then to Jackson.
Okay.
He's being nice. So who's speaking at
So
Hillcrest?
Andrew's gonna speak.
Next year it's mine.
Jackson, you wanna attend that one, I assume?
Oh, yeah, totally.
And then what did you say, Karen, sorry?
I'm just saying that I'm gonna need it next year.
Oh, you wanna speak next year, okay.
I have
perfect.
to. I would like
You would
to
prefer.
speak, I would prefer to speak at my grandson's graduation.
Do you wanna attend this year, or are you okay not attending? Okay, cause I think I
I
wanna
have other
attend
places I hang out,
Jordan,
so I'm okay.
Since I haven't attended Jordan for a while, so, okay, so it'll just be Andrew and Jackson with Andrew speaking and Hillcrest. Okay, Jordan,
We've been taking turns.
so Karen,
Because back and forth.
Andrew spoke
Just 'cause-
last year.
Have we been taking turns? I'm pretty
Well,
sure
you were
that.
sick one time, so it was your speech and my voice.
Oh, see, I thought I had just been hogging it the whole time, and it was your turn this year, so.
It should be.
It is your turn this year?
Do you mind?
Okay, Karen.
No,
Because my community goes there and I know lots of the graduates.
I was,
My students.
in my head, you were speaking this year.
Good. Then there's no
Perfect.
arm wrestling. Okay.
This is just going so well. Okay, I would like to attend though, so it'll be Karen speaking, Jordan, Andrew, and I attending. Okay, then Diamond Ridge, and Diamond Ridge, note, is a different day.
Diamond Ridge I have been doing and I really enjoy doing it because that's one of my schools.
Okay,
And I could attend that one.
I know, I attended last
You went last,
year.
you guys
It
went
was
last
great.
time. It's fun, isn't it?
So, but I know another kid this year too that should be
So
there.
Karen, do you want to speak?
Yeah, yep.
Katie, do you want to speak? Or are you fine with
It's sixes.
I don't need to speak. If Karen's already, if she started doing Jordan, then she can speak there too.
Okay, so Amber and Katie will attend Diamond Ridge. With Karen speaking. Okay, Entrada, this is also a different day, June 10th.
I spoke there because it's definitely a different day and I can attend. I know that was difficult for some.
I cannot
Entrada,
attend.
Entrada and Diamond Ridge are in the same.
I'm not sure. Does anyone else want to attend? Karen, are you fine speaking?
I'm fine.
here?
Those two are real fun and really easy.
Okay.
Trust me, they're fun. I look forward
You
to
can
it.
put me down. I'm just not 100% sure I can.
Hey, Amber, can you remind me? I don't have the document in front of me, but what date Entrada is?
Entrada is June 10th,
Okay.
7 p.m.
When's nest day?
at Alta Performing Arts.
Would it
Yes.
be possible for me to attend Brighton's? I have a niece that's graduating this year.
Yeah, sure.
Well, she's, the only only problem with that is it's at the same time as Alta's.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Oh, and
Never
you were,
mind.
Can't be.
and you were gonna speak it out.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind.
That's the problem, because I'd come to Alta's, but Brighton and Alta are in different
Yeah.
cities.
Yeah. Good point.
Put one foot in the, one foot in the other.
Okay. Yeah, sure. So let's write down Jackson.
Jackson, which one did you say? Brighton.
I'm just telling you, I'm gonna have the world's shortest speech. Just wait. It's gonna be like
Time it.
15 seconds. I'm planning it for already.
15 seconds, that's a sentence.
Yeah, and I bet I will get like a standing ovation. Just kidding. I get more, the shorter it is, the more compliments I get, I'm just saying, so. Okay,
People like long monotone speech,
We all know that. Just kidding.
especially when they don't focus on students.
yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Okay, Jordan Valley, and that is,
Entrada, do I have a buddy coming?
yes, I'm gonna come. I'll plan to come.
Just
And
checking.
then I think if I can't, I will maybe just message some of you guys and see if anyone else can.
Okay.
Sounds great, but I think I can, right? Okay, Jordan Valley is May 22nd. It's a Friday from 3 to 4. Okay, I would really like to go.
I'll go too.
Okay, so
Needs to speak.
Amber.
Nope, they don't speak.
No, we don't speak.
don't speak.
Holly.
That was a fun one to go to last year, by the way. It was really fun.
Okay, but no one's speaking. Perfect.
Were there 4? Sorry, I have.
It's just the three of
Just
us.
3,
Got it then.
not Karen. Those
Oh,
are-
I'm-
Okay, and Life Skills Academy, that is Thursday, May 28th
I can go.
at noon. Okay, Katie?
Do you want to speak this time, Katie?
Um,
Or no? They're also,
Sure, I can speak, it's pretty short, super short.
like,
Yeah.
2 minutes is long.
Right. Okay,
I'll
Katie
go.
And Karen? Katie and Karen again?
I can go too.
And Amanda? Okay,
Amanda.
great.
Have
That's
fun.
a really good one too. Okay,
Okay, so I will type this up, finalize it, make sure that Natasha Bedington's lyrics are fitting fields.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out the.
They are unwritten.
Yes, they are. Nice.
Nicely
I'm going, was that intentional?
good one.
And then I'll send that to you all just to make sure that I didn't miss anything, and we'll go from there.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Dr. Robinson. Okay, now, I didn't, okay. Now we're gonna have item C, the Bella Vista and Ridgecrest Consolidation Update, and Sally Sampson and Alice Meredith, Directors of Elementary Principals, will present this to us.
I hope it's okay. As we were getting ready for this presentation, we have so few slides, we thought it might be easier for just one of us to present. I'm here also to help support and answer questions, but
Sure, that's great.
Well, we are grateful for the opportunity to just update you on a lot that has been taking place throughout the community, behind the scenes, just so you are aware. And I'm sure, I'm just going to start out by saying this has been hard. This has been a process that there isn't a rule book, right? And there is an emotion for everyone. There's emotion in the communities. There's emotion for Ridgecrest. There's emotion for Bella Vista. There's emotion for parents that might be having changes to their lives. There's certainly emotion for teachers that might have changes coming to them. And so it's been so wonderful to have a team of people to work with and to support us as we're going through that. A lot of the work has been taking place. Alice and I have been working very closely with both principals, Principal Allen and Principal Winter, in order to work through a lot of the logistics that are happening with employees and some of those pieces. And then we have our transition team that we're going to talk about today that we have just begun. And we actually had our first meeting last Thursday. And it was hard, and there's emotion there, and there's feelings, but it really was great to see a whole team of people coming together from all the aspects of the communities that are being affected by this decision, and to really set the stage for our goal in doing what is going to be best to support students through this transition. our advisory team was, designed, right there, it talks about what the team was designed for. And on the team, you'll see there's representation from the district, key departments in the district that are going to be needed along the way, and their expertise in the meetings, both administrators from the schools, and then we have a PTA, a school community rep from each school, as well as 2 teacher reps from each school, so that we have a pretty balanced committee that is able to really give us a lot of different viewpoints. And I think that's the thing we left that first transition meeting from, is how wonderful it is to have all of those viewpoints and then center those towards hard decisions and hard things that we can help support the communities through. Our goals for the transition team are listed there. And with that, Sarah Allen, our principal, really made a great, I guess, opening statement to the transition team about having students as our center. And that's going to be our guiding thing as we work through. And as you can see, there's multiple parts of this transition that people need to be involved in. And so what we feel like it's important as the advisory team is to be aware of all of the things that are happening, but then have the committees that are focused on the specific events or the things being the ones involved. Like, I'll give an example, the Bella Vista Legacy, right? It's their last year, and the Ridgecrest community might not necessarily need to be involved in all aspects of the celebration for Bella Vista. And so we're making it so that there's an opportunity for everybody to be involved in the advisory, but then the workings about that come through with these smaller committees. One of the big things that we have been working through right now, and when I talk about kind of one of these smaller committees, this is the license, or the staffing, right? The HR aspect of this. That's kind of the focus that we've had beginning immediately, right? Because those are a lot of things that our employees are feeling uncertain about. And as we've started with that, we had kind of some of our first big things happen this last week, and I think it's, it's fair to say that it is, again, another emotional thing. And I want you guys to be able to understand kind of the numbers behind the decisions and the policies. Everything that we're doing is under the direction of our policies, our obligatory transfer policies, as well as our reduction in force policies, which is only for our ESP employees. We've been working hard with our HR team and with our leadership team, with the principals and Alice and I, to really be transparent and inclusive in helping our employees to have the information that they need to make the best decisions for themselves. In the combining of the 2 schools, it's a little different than what we've done before, because in the combination of Edgemont and Bellevue, we were able to bring everybody along, right? There was enough space for every teacher that wanted to move to the combined school to go. In this situation, it's a little different. Because we had 2 school communities that were both being supported with additional FTE, and with the boundary changes that are involved, currently between 2 schools, there were 34 employees. And the FTE that we anticipate at Ridgecrest will be 24. So you can see there, that leaves 10 positions that would have to be OT'd. Because we did it as a merge or a combination, we took the seniority from both schools. And following our obligatory transfer policy, it goes by seniority. And so it goes by volunteers first, right? And if there is not enough volunteers, then we go by seniority. So with that, we have 6 teachers that are Bella Vista teachers currently that will be moving to Ridgecrest. We have 5 Ridgecrest teachers who are now, so to speak, losing their spot at Ridgecrest and being moved to another school based on the seniority, so that the Bella Vista teachers move along with the students. And then we have 4 additional teachers from Bella Vista that will be OT'd to other schools in the district. The important part with this whole process to understand is that we are committed to finding a placement for all of these teachers. If history proves itself, we have always been able to place our teachers in positions. Where the emotion and the heart is it's not always known, right? We aren't able to tell them, you're going to be at this school in this grade. Those are placed as we move along our hiring process, which you can see on this slide. We have increased a lot of our deadlines that the whole district operates by. We've kind of moved some of these up to help ensure that we're giving as much lead time as we can for these employees that are dealing with, being displaced or being moved or having to make a decision to move. So that kind of gives you a little bit about what's been happening with our license timeline. And you can see there some of the things that are happening with our team of HR and working through with the teachers. The same thing is also will and is happening with our ESP staff. Where it's a little different here is there's two different policies, whether it's a full-time ESP or a part-time ESP. And if they're part-time, they're simply not guaranteed a job. And that of course is hard for us to say that, right? Again, with history in when there's been FTE changes at a school, we have been able to find people another place. But it's always not, an immediate process, and it may not be the exact placement, and it's not their school. And, we all know our schools, there's just heart in our schools. Karen can tell us that being a Willow Canyon Wildcat is, who you are, and having to move is hard. We've been really working hard with the ESP staff to identify the full-time placements within the district for openings that are happening now, and working on plans to where they can stay and finish out their assignment in Bella Vista, but then, and we have kind of a sub person at the other position, and then they'll be able to move to that position. We also have the school secretary that's been working at two schools because we had an opening. And so there's been a lot of really employee-forward, creative support to help get employees where they need to be as far as the full-time. We don't anticipate that we won't be able to retain any of the full-time ESPs. Where some of the challenges have come with the ESP is both schools, and this is a tribute to our awesome schools and communities, is they have very experienced brain booster staffs, playground assistants, office staff who have been at the school that have been there a long time. And that is going to be a challenge where we, again, are going to follow the same policy that's we did with Glacier Hills, and well, when we made Glacier Hills, is that they will be interviewing for the ESP positions, and both principals will be helping to support those interviews, and anybody that isn't able to continue on in the combined Ridgecrest school will be working with HR to find a placement for them. So this is kind of our timeline for that, just so that you're aware. If you hear about some of those things happening, you're aware of that. Our big focus with the transition team is first off just ensuring that that information is getting where it is needed, but also that we're doing the right things, because we can think we know what a community might need, but really those in feeling it and understanding know what they need most. And one of the beautiful things I think that came out of our first transition meeting was one of our Bella Vista members shared, our families just want to get in the school. We have to make decisions on permits, and we just want to come have an open house at the school. And immediately, Principal Allen scheduled an open house for Tuesday, the 27th. Is that Tuesday? Yeah, it is a Tuesday. Tuesday the 27th for all the Bella Vista families to come. And then we were able to talk through, should that just be the Bella Vista families? Should it be everyone? And another parent was able to say, we have loved that you've invited us to the skate night, but it was overwhelming. And so we, because there was a lot of new, and so we feel like this would be more appropriate. So it was really just a really good way to learn information from the people and make some decisions that were really going to benefit the school. We've also had a great discussion about branding. And, you know, as another hot topic, right? And there were some members of the team that really wanted to rebrand the school in needing a new name, possibly a new mascot, like what we did with Glacier Hills. And, you know, we let them know that that would have to certainly come from the board, but with the time frame that we're in, doing that for this next year, it's really adding another big piece of work that may not, you know, that I think we'd be able to include more of the community and the students if we had a longer time to do that. We actually are so lucky that both schools are the same mascot. They are tigers. We have Bella, who is Bella Vista's tiger, and Reggie, who is Ridgecrest tiger. They're also the same colors, and they really, as the committee talked, they talked about the pride being a Tigers, their pride having both mascots, actually having both of the mascot, I don't want to say costumes if any kids are listening, but the mascots. And then also, you know, talking with communications on how they can really update the, what's the word? Logo, thank you. Logo, and make it have pieces of both of the Tigers. So by the end, we did a fist of 5 with the committee, and they decided that's where the route they wanted to go now, with the option of, you know, reaching out to the board and seeing if that's something in the future that might be something to work for. Both principals and the parents actually on the group, we said, well, do you refer to them as the school name or, you know, the mascot? And they said, oh, we're the Tigers. Like, the kids identify with Tigers, and so that piece will not be changing for them. They'll both be Tigers. And then the last thing that really I wanted to share was there's just been, it was beautiful again to see the combining of events where the PTA has just welcomed, Ridgecrest PTA has welcomed Bella Vista's PTA. They're already texting, planning events, planning shared spirit nights. Ridgecrest does a big Chinese New Year's event at Butler Middle School. They've invited the community to that. They actually do an evening talent show, and that was something the PTA really wanted to do at Bella Vista, and so they're going to do a combined talent show with both schools in the evening. There's going to be an event through Cottonwood Heights to rename the 7200 South Road right out in front, and they chose Tiger Cub Way, so it's it fits, and so having that be part of the community. So there's a lot of events and things that will be taking place with both of the communities, in addition to the events that will take place at Bella Vista for the closure. So with that, that's kind of a little
And she looks
update.
straight at me.
Okay, thank you. Yes, board questions, and we'll start with Karen.
I am very impressed with what you've been able to get done so quickly. That is amazing. Kudos. I mean, you guys have really made a huge stride in getting these communities to mesh. And what you're doing is setting a precedence for all of our other schools, no matter what we do. The communities, you're modeling for them, that the communities can work together in a positive way, and that in the long run, the students will be better off for the change. It's hard to change, but I think it'll be really good. My only concern, and that's only because I know not happy people are the ones I always hear from, so I know they're not the majority. But I wanted to know, is there any leeway? I realize the policy goes by seniority, but as the principals are talking, are they looking to see if they can balance new and old staffs? You know what I mean? We don't want all the senior teachers all in one building, because then they're all gonna retire out or whatever it is, all at the same time, and then you're gonna have all new people. That there's more a continuity long-term. I know you can't balance that exactly, and I know our policy doesn't exactly say special needs gets precedence or whatever, but is there a discussion?
It has, yes, and it has balanced it out a little bit in that some people volunteered to OT themselves. They said, you know what, I would rather, you know, go into the district OT pool, because we will have additional OTs. In addition to the ones that we have from this situation, we'll have other schools that will be losing FTE. So they chose to go into that pool to go into
a bigger
a different area. And they, some of them were the ones by seniority would have been able to stay. But unfortunately, we've had to follow the policy along with after volunteers. But what's been great is both principals really worked together in designing the teams so that there were representation from Bella Vista as well as Ridgecrest on every team, 1 through 5. And that was intentional, but some people were upset about that too. And so it's, you know, there's reasons why when principals make decisions for staffing, you know, they hire, you know, a lot of times you have 3 candidates and you hire the one that's going to be the best with that team, right?
Familiar with principal prerogatives.
And so that's, yeah,
Well, I just want to make sure, because they were really complaining about
yeah.
more of one school and then the other.
Well, and.
The politics of it.
Yes, and when we started, it was much greater. But as I said, it ended up being 6 Bella Vista teachers are going into Ridgecrest. So of the 24 teachers, 6 will be Bella Vista teachers. But that meant 5 Ridgecrest teachers are now going to be somewhere else.
Okay, superintendent?
So real quick, just first off, kudos, much appreciation to Sally and Alice for doing this. I mean, amazingly difficult work. And I think we all have to be settled with, we're going to continue to be uncomfortable. Anytime any organization, teams, companies merge, right? I mean, it is a difficult thing at best. So there's that. But a couple of things to think about. You know, this is long-term, 5 years, 10 years, as the district grapples with declining enrollment, schools merging. I really think just my recommendation is policy committee take up the obligatory transfer seniority policy. It's much different than what we do with RIF. We have not done a RIF in Canyons with certified teachers, so now that it solves some problems, it creates more problems other ways, right? So things like if you add in, for example, in some districts that don't strictly use seniority, you're talking about things like, you know, is it a skill set? Is it teacher evaluation? Those things can also be very subjective, right? Having said that, though, to your point, Karen, about how do we support principals as we go forward long-term, long after we're all gone, this is going to continue to be a major issue, not just in Canyons, but, you know, across the state and the country as districts start to have to reconfigure to meet all of these issues. So that's one. The second piece is, at one point, the district did do an early retirement incentive. That's another tool that, you know, Leon and I have just thrown that around. The district did that, on what year was it you did it in, Leon?
You remember in going into the 2013-14 year, when we did the grade configuration, that was ninth graders going into high school, 6th graders into middle school, you know, so many teachers had to shift up. We did a incentive then, you know, that was just for 1 year. We paid them $6,000 stipend, or we would pay their medical insurance premiums on Cobra for 1 year. Most took the Cobra. We had 120-ish. We offered it to everybody, you know, ESPs and administrators. We had about 120. So people take the incentive. Now, some of them were going to retire anyway, right? So they'd already made up their minds, so we basically paid their premiums for a year. But others, you know, did take it, you know, probably 40, 50, who weren't already planning on retiring.
If they're sitting on the fence, they're going, can I go a couple more years, or am I going to do it now? That made them do it now. They just said, okay, it's worth it for me.
So just throwing that out there as a potential tool that the board can consider, you know, and I don't know if that's a now thing. We've just been trying to brainstorm different ideas that, you know, as we kind of go down this road, this is gonna be a recurring theme that the board is gonna have to deal with now and in the future, so those are a couple of ideas.
Support, are you okay with the recommendation to have this go to policy committee before you guys look at the policy?
I'm very much in favor of that.
That's you, Amanda.
Yes.
Did you want to say something?
No, I agree with what Rick has proposed. I think it's a good idea.
Okay, what about the whole early retirement piece? Or do we want just policy committee to discuss that?
Policy first, I think,
Policy
and then we look at our numbers of educators and where they're falling and see if that was something that will help us both financially and also in placement. I don't think we know that right now. So I think that we'd have to address that in the upcoming year for the next,
Well, it
Yeah,
sounds
can
like
we
it's
get-
kind of worked out for now, at least like this.
I'd hate to change it now because then it'll change who wants to do what.
It's not ideal, and
And then it's Andrew, then I don't know who the two Andrew. Let's just go down the line.
can armor.
Katie.
I feel that the tool of early retirement options should be given to administration right now at your discretion. I feel like whatever tools we need to take care of people and to take care of the Ridgecrest community and the teachers that are transitioning, and if that means that that's an offer, then I feel that that's a tool that you should have, but I don't necessarily want to get in the middle of that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
you're saying just for that community, just for that
We
school?
would have to
The
offer.
policy would have to go to everyone, and that's why
I'm not sure we should go with we just do a 1 year like we did then.
it was a one-time, and you made it very clear, it was one time only.
That doesn't need to go into policy. But, yeah, if you wanted to give us that authority to look at that, it would have to go to everybody. We looked at just ones, if you have two schools merging, you just look at it for them, but that's unfair to everyone else, so.
That's true.
we Really need to, so that's broad.
How do the rest of you guys feel, just kind of quickly, and then I'll have Katie. I mean, are we all okay with that, to give them that ability, if they
To
think
look
it's
at.
necessary?
I'm more just curious, not that it's just numbers wise, like what are we looking at cost for Cobra versus cost savings on wages?
Yeah,
Because
so,
you're looking at,
Yes,
you know,
yeah.
didn't-
We haven't looked at those numbers.
You're probably
It's a real thing.
12, Cobra's gonna be around 50, or a couple, most will be couples. You will have some singles and you will have some families people who have, that's under 26. Cobra is around 15,000. I'd have to get the exact number of that.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's why most people would take the insurance over the stipend that we offer.
Exactly, that's a better deal.
That's what I thought when you
I think
mentioned it.
you would probably have to crunch some numbers, which
You'd
I
have to
think our
crunch numbers
board
to
is
see
the
if
same,
it's-
if you feel like you.
And you'll get some people who you hoping would stay, take it, and others, they don't want to, it's not gonna be they're not ready to go yet either, so, it was helpful back in 2013 when we made that change, but it didn't correct everything that we were going through, great reconfiguration at that time.
I do have a thought about that. Because this is a merger situation where people's jobs have drastically changed, I don't, when you're saying it wouldn't be fair not to open it up to everyone else, I also feel like it's kind of nice to offer something for those people that,
To make those changes.
that are impacted. Like, no one else in the district are impacted with this major disruption. Our schools are kind of like their own little worlds. And so when you combine them all, we just got an email, and I will reserve my comments for after Katie goes, but when we're just talking about this one thing, I kind of like the idea that it's giving people a little more choice in a circumstance where they didn't have much choice. So I like to do that. And then if we want to look at doing that in the future for another time, but I kind of like.
Could also be, that's just a perk. We'll just call it one of the good things about merging.
Merging, honestly.
For employees is that one time
Yeah.
that you might be, that might be available for you. And everyone has to understand it's because they're the unique circumstances.
Yeah, we think a lot about the kids, and the families and how it changes and disrupts their lives with the merger, but think of the faculty and the administrators and the teachers.
It's hard changing grades within a building, I'll just tell you. It's
Yeah, yeah. I would love to see it as actually a benefit of the merger. Give a little more choice to people.
It sounds like the board is supportive of, if you guys feel like you need that, you can look at that, and we'll let you figure out the numbers, and if we even need to, I don't know, maybe we don't even need to do it. Okay, so.
My question was just asking about those costs.
Okay, Holly?
Okay, I just wanted to first thank your team. It's amazing. A lot of work has been done, and I really appreciate all the feedback. I'm wondering if in a situation like this, with administration, are we combining? Because there wasn't anything on there about that. Is it just
No.
one school's administrators?
So it is Sarah Allen and Crystal Connors will be the principal and assistant principal at Ridgecrest.
Okay, so the two heads will come together. Okay.
No.
No.
The current,
The AP will stay.
the current principal and assistant principal will be staying
Stay.
at Ridgecrest.
At Ridgecrest.
But both current principals have been in tandem to work.
Have been working.
Barbara Bender is the principal at Bella Vista.
And that's why she was on the slide
Yes,
earlier. Yeah,
yes,
okay,
because
that
we
was why it
wanted
was
to
in my head.
support both faculties with
Faculty.
having.
So she's been working on the merger, but then she will exit, and
Yes,
same
She
with.
will have another assignment.
Okay, okay, so, one thought is, we did just get an email where there was some frustration over how some things, happened with teachers and assignments and new grades and, making, and, you know, some teachers feeling like they weren't as valued as the teachers from the other. I'm sure, you know, like we know this is hard and difficult. I would be really interested in if we could have a survey and some feedback, because this is one of more that we'll be doing. You know, how did we do? How did you feel? Did you feel, you know, what are some suggestions you feel might help this merger in the future? I would really love to hear from, because I don't know if this email is just an outlier and most people felt like, you know, or but, and you don't know, and it could be or it couldn't be, but I would love also, we might just get a few great ideas too about, you know, because they were in it and going through it all, and maybe they have just a few little suggestions that can
And
help.
that was, our plan is responding to everyone that did email. Myself and our HR administrator over elementary, Lori Reynolds, will offer to meet with all, you know, anybody that's sent that email and just talk through and hear, you know, the impact that, you know, the meeting had or what was discussed at the meeting, and certainly, you know, take that feedback. We're,
That's
you know,
awesome.
individually with each of those people. That's an email I have ready to send out.
That's awesome. So, but you're not just sending it to those that have emailed that were frustrated, you're gonna let all the teachers that have gone through the process?
Well, that was my plan with, just to address the
Oh,
emails that
okay.
came through.
I would love to hear just from all of the teachers that, I mean, not me, but you guys.
I think at the end,
You
we're gonna
mean
have
after
to.
the process, like, what are you talking about timing wise?
Because right now,
Yeah.
we're kind of in the middle.
You're in the middle, but there,
Stages.
yes, but maybe even if there's a 3-question survey about what's happened so far, and just hear from faculty, because there may be some things that, you know, you, as you move on with the transition, it might be helpful.
Yeah, and we actually do have a feedback, it's a question answer Google Doc that both faculties have, and they put their questions there, and then we communicate with that document. And it's actually linked in both of the staff's employee landing pages, so that they can have any specific questions or concerns or misunderstandings, all of those can be addressed.
Oh, good. So you already
And
have
so
it.
that's already taking place, and with that, that is actually what's helped frame some of the action that we've done already. So I think we're getting feedback from that, and the employees have been really wonderful in sharing it with us, right?
Good.
And putting their names by it so we can ask them further questions if we aren't sure what their concern is. And HR has been really helpful in helping us, instructional supports when we have questions that involve curriculum. And we wanted a document that everybody was answering so that they weren't getting different answers in different places. So that's you know, a great source of feedback for us these are the questions. And we're doing the same with our transition meeting is, what is the community needing? And then that's, like, the last meeting was the community in the transition wanted some information on transportation and then the open house. So we are, I guess, building the plane in the sky. We hate to say that, right? Writing the book as we go and learning, some things
Great.
that worked well. So we are certainly doing that.
That's
But-
awesome. Thank you.
That sounds great. Superintendent?
Yeah, just, I mean, we did listening tour at both schools, right? And anytime you do something like this, literally, I don't remember anyone, dying to raise their hand about how great this is.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing this and
Yeah.
changing our lives and
Yeah.
flipping everything upside down. But I think it's important, and I appreciate, Sally and Alice really focusing on two things. One is really starting with relationships, right? That's where I think what you're speaking about, Holly, is seeking to understand. Anytime you're looking at, change theory, it's kind of first order change, second order change. First order change, this impacts my daily personal life. Like, how dare you turn my life upside down? Now I can't function, right? There's that. Then it's really working to a place where I might not completely agree, but I understand how this has to happen. And how do I fit in the bigger global picture to make this work? That's where we want to get people. So to do that, and I know that this is the hard part of leadership, but it's really starting with relationships, but then looking forward, right? We have to, get to a place where what is the vision with us coming together and moving forward? Not, some of the stuff that we've heard over the last couple of months about one school's better than the other, or why is this person being chosen versus this person? We've guaranteed everybody a job, nobody, so there's no impact that way, but it's just getting to that place where we see the vision going forward, and we're not going to spend a lot of time, being mired in all of our feelings about water under the bridge, because none of that can change. It's what is. So, so I feel like our team, that's the direction that we're going, and in getting that feedback. But I also want to be thoughtful about not getting trapped kind of in that paradigm of the past and my feelings about that. Yes, there's a lot to be learned from that, but now we're at a place where, okay, what's the vision forward? Now that we're together, how are we gonna move this ship forward? So,
That's good.
Great. Any other comments or questions? Okay, well, thank you, Sally and Alice. And I just want to say, echoing what the superintendent said, I just hope that moving forward, it can be positive, and we just need to build each other up and do the best that we can for both
True.
schools and students.
True.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that is the last item on our study session agenda.
So early.
We can now adjourn. We will have a little break and then start board meeting at 7. Thank you, everyone. Welcome, everyone, to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is January 20th, 2026, and we're meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. Mrs. Oakes will be joining us on Zoom. So even though she's not here in person, she will be joining us on Zoom. And we are now going to have the Pledge of Allegiance. Actually, just a minute. First, we need to approve the agenda. So do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda for tonight, January 20th, 2026, with one amendment to item 7, consent agenda. We need to add item G, approval of administrative appointment.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion or questions to that motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Now we will have the Pledge of Allegiance by Principal Shelley Karen, and she is from Indian Hills Middle. And then after, we will hear some school highlights.
Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and give you just a few highlights about Indian Hills Middle School. Again, I'm Shelley Karen, and this is year 3 for me as the principal, and thrilled to be in the middle school where all of the wonderful and crazy things happen on the daily. So just wanted to give you a few highlights from our school year so far. At the beginning of the school year, our building leadership team crafted a new mission statement, and in that mission statement, we have some values that we're trying to connect more deliberately to what's actually going on in the school. Some of those values include achievement, growth, connection, creativity, a lot of words that you might expect in something like that. But I wanted to highlight just 2 of those things for you. The first is creativity. And as many of you may know, our performing arts program is thriving. I just want to thank the school board on behalf of our school, my teachers, our community for your support with our new choir and band room. Specifically, Amanda Oakes, who was very supportive and helpful in making that happen, and also Leon. My community is thrilled. My band teacher is not leaving. We can hear each other in the band room. It's really a beautiful space if you have a chance to see that. Our choir room, likewise, is fantastic. We had an open house before the holiday break, and we had lots of community members come and walk through and marvel at how much more space there is in that band and choir room. And again, we're so grateful for the support of our school board and what that's going to do for our students. Our instrumental programs are thriving, lots of students in those programs. We anticipate that those will continue to grow, and including choir and dance. And we have a new theater after-school program this year. I've had students the last 2 years say, Ms. Karen, can we have a school play? We don't have a theater teacher or program. I thought, but that's a really good idea. I think we should have a school play. So my school community council supported through our TSSP a drama program that we are starting. And I thought there might be 20 kids show up in September. There's 80. They come every week. And we're going to have our first performance in April, so we'll see how that goes. So anyway, lots of good things going on there. I applaud a lot of the creativity that's going on in our classrooms. History Day was the week after the holiday break, and it's really amazing to see what 7th grade students can do with research when they're properly taught. And also our social studies teacher have a couple of them have some new ways of doing assessments. There was a student that came to me and said, Ms. Karen, in social studies this year, we don't have tests this year, we have assessments, which was, I thought, charming because those are very similar things, but the way that Mr. Fitzpatrick, one of our teachers, is teaching is such that kids are using projects and presentations and different ways of expressing their learning, and that's really been fantastic. And we have some similar things going on in our math classrooms as well. And just briefly on one other value that we've put into our mission statement, connection. I went with our 8th grade students over to Alta High School last week for a CTE tour, and it's always fun to see the 8th graders go into the high school classroom. Lots of big eyes and all of that. And anyway, we have done some partnerships with Alta High School to help that transition from 8th to 9th grade be much more smooth for our students, and likewise with our 5th grade students. Middle school is this gigantic place of transition and where we have to build bridges, and we get to build bridges from one level to the next, and so it's been really great to see that. And to say nothing of the connections that our students are building with each other. The food drive that we did back in November. We'll do a Make-A-Wish fundraiser coming up in a few months, and it's really, really great to see middle schoolers get outside of themselves and making connections and being kind to others. And that's something we are continuing to build, continuing to encourage at our school, because we know that kindness always goes such a long way. So anyway, lots of great things going on. We have a multicultural week that's coming up in March, and we get to celebrate the fact that every voice matters at Indian Hills Middle School. We like to emphasize that, especially in a world where sometimes kids don't always feel that way. So anyway, onward and upward, I say, and lots of good things going on. So thank you for your time, and have a good evening.
Okay, thank you so much. We love to hear about what is happening at our schools, and we want to just thank you for all you do, and please pass on our thanks to your staff. So thank you. Thanks for being here. Okay, the next item on the agenda is Canyon Strong students, and I think we're going to have some staff recognitions as well. And Jeff Haney, Director, and Kirsten Stewart, Associate Director of Communications, will present this.
Thank you, President Schill, for this time to recognize the many ways in Canyon School District that we learn more, do more, and be more. We are Canyon strong through and through. Now, it's been an exciting few months in the Canyon School District. Shortly before heading into winter recess, the Corner Canyon Chargers, they competed against one of the country's top prep teams at the first ever high school football championship game. Now, the Chargers, they did us proud at this national game. They competed against St. Francis Academy. Ultimately, they fell just a little bit short, but it was a massive honor for Corner Canyon High, Canyons District, and the state of Utah. It was also the very last time that we see vaunted Charger coach Eric Kerr on the sidelines at Charger Stadium as the head coach at Corner Canyon. Now, he may visit us while he's on recruiting trips for his new position as the head coach of the Weber State Wildcats. I may be a little bit biased because I'm both a Charger fan and a Weber State Wildcat, but this graduate of Weber State and a current adjunct at the school is excited for this fall when Coach Kerr's Weber team will be at Stewart Stadium. My mom even got me a new Weber State hoodie to wear to the games in the fall. Now, it's exceedingly rare to see a high school coach jump to a D1 college team as a head coach, but if anyone can do it, it's Coach Kerr. You can see there that the community turned out last week to say goodbye to Coach Kerr. The farewell in the field house gave everyone a chance to say goodbye and good luck and see you later to Coach Kerr. You can see Mrs. Oakes and Ms. Neibauer among those who attended. You can see there that Dr. Robbins had a chance also to talk to the coach before he left for his purple pastures at Weber State. Now, it also gave everyone a chance to get a sneak peek at the new field house. We'll hold a ribbon cutting in the coming weeks, and we'll make sure the community is aware about when and where and how we can celebrate the opening of that facility, but it was a great way to say goodbye to Coach Kerr. Now, the best kept secret in the district, well, that's not a secret anymore. It's the secret about the new coach at Corner Canyon High School, the person who will succeed Coach Kerr. Today, the internet is alive with the news that Brighton High head coach Casey Sutera has been selected to succeed Coach Kerr at Corner Canyon High School. Coach Sutera tells us he's incredibly grateful for the time that he has had at Brighton High School, and he loves that community and will always consider himself a Bengal. But he lives in Draper, and he was once the defensive coordinator for the Chargers. That was right before he went to Brighton 4 years ago. But you know, with the talent in Utah, we are thrilled that he is still in Canyon School District. We're calling it the Sutera era, and it has started for the Chargers. It'll be electric on the sidelines this fall at Charger Stadium. And this past season, several times, Holly and I stood at the sidelines and cheered the Corner Canyon Chargers as they crossed that line to score a touchdown. It's going to be electric this fall. What do you think, Holly?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm so excited. First off, for Coach Kerr, it's amazing he's going to Weber. And, you know, he has done so much for the athletes. He's an architect of football careers. So many of his athletes have gone to collegiate scholarships and the NFL. And at the same time, I'm so excited for Casey Cetera. Casey, as Amber well knows, having been the football coach at Brighton, he is just fantastic. He's got great football knowledge, and then also he's just awesome at character development. You can't find a man that has stronger character than Casey, so I'm super excited for the Cetera era.
Okay, so next fall we'll be there cheering on the Chargers?
We will, yeah.
Okay, great, I'll see you there. So congratulations to both Coach Kerr and Coach Cetera. Both are an important part of Canyon's district history and future. Now, the next people that we want to mention in our Canyon's Strong recognitions are the Sunrise Eagles. They hosted Lieutenant Governor Henderson and State Education Policy Advisor Dr. Rich Nye as those state officials toured schools and they studied how children in Utah are learning literacy skills. Now, they stayed for 90 minutes at Sunrise last Wednesday. It was a lot of work for our Sunrise staff to prepare for this, and they did so in just a few days, but they were absolutely phenomenal ambassadors of the district. You know, in short, we have one word for Sunrise's performance during the Lieutenant Governor's visit. It was amazing. The instruction was phenomenal. The students were entirely engaged, and when we had a panel discussion with teachers and the top state officials about education, it was a fantastic conversation. We give a big shout out to Principal Dr. Angela Wilkinson and Assistant Principal Penny Armour, plus instructional coaches and curriculum specialists. They pulled data, showed the finest in instructional strategies, and they engaged fully in a deep discussion with state officials right before the start of the legislative session. The Eagles were truly impressive. They soared. They are Canyon Strong, and we thank them for doing that for our state officials to come and learn how we teach our kids to learn how to read. The next slide, we honor Brighton High Color Guard Captain Sadie Anderson. Sadie was among just 4 Utah students who were handpicked to perform on New Year's Day with the 2026 Band of America Honor Band at the Rose Parade. Even through the rain, the 250 talented musicians and performers who represented 50 states wowed the crowds throughout their appearances. This honor band performs at the Rose Parade every 4 to 5 years, and we are so proud of Sadie for bringing the national honor to Canyon School District. Now, you've heard me say that I'm an honorary Alta High band dad. Well, we also want to give a shout out to band dad Justin Anderson, who is our CSD TV coordinator. He supported his daughter, Sadie, at this national achievement, and congratulations to the Anderson family on being selected for the Bands of America Honor Band at the Rose Parade. Now, if this were the Hunger Games, a Corner Canyon Charger would be racing toward that weapon that is favored by Katniss Everdeen. A big congratulations to Corner Canyon freshman Avi Gurjar. He recently won first place for his division at the recent state archery competition. So a big shout out to Avi for this amazing accomplishment. Now, our employees are Canyon Strong. We say it all of the time. They have had quite a heavy lift in recent months. We are moving to a new computer system, and for 17 years, we've been a skyward community, but will soon be a cumulative community. But first, our staff has had to get the system to work and to train everyone else so they can use it effectively. The time, effort, support, and ongoing professional development invested in this work, they have done a phenomenal job doing all of that. This has been a huge task for the rollout of Cumulative, or as we call it, Q. Now, we think it's just been exceptional. We've completed the transition on the financial and the accounting side. We're preparing the rollout for teachers and parents this summer, and this has been an enormous undertaking by our IT department and especially by Sharon Simmons in IT. Now, she does a lot of the behind-the-scenes work. Sometimes it goes unnoticed. And in reflecting on the magnitude of this project, we wanted to note Sharon's leadership and dedication, and it certainly stands out. We also want to say thanks to our payroll department. As we have put cumulative into practice, they have had that major job of making sure that our employees get paid through our system. And guess what? We did. Big thanks to Shauna and her staff for making sure that cumulative was adopted and our employees got their paychecks as they expected. Now, additionally, as a follow-up to our community conversation on digital devices and Chromebook use, we want to give a big shout out to our IT director, Scott McCombs, and his team, Thomas Bailey, Christine Karchner, and Jeff Murray, for their commitment to the development of our technology filtering system and the implementation of the 3 strikes process. This was the result of the board and the administration's outreach to our community to see how we can best use digital devices and that we don't rely on them for instruction, but we use them as a tool for learning. That's exactly what's happening in Canyons District classrooms. We also partnered with our parents to make sure that tools were being used appropriately and content was appropriate when students access them. The success that we are seeing is a direct result of their expertise and leadership. So many people have contributed to this community conversation, but we are so grateful for our IT team for doing a lot of work. So we give them a big Canyon Strong shout out and a thanks for all of they do. We also want to wish good luck to our cheer squads. Jordan High and Corner Canyon High will be competing this week at the state competitive cheer competitions. Now, they competed in qualifying events to make it to state. Jordan High will compete tomorrow in 4A, and Corner Canyon will compete in 6A. Now, here's another piece of exciting news. I actually don't know if this is made public yet, but she told me this last night, and I just can't keep it to myself. A big congratulations to Corner Canyon cheer coach Whitney Lunt, who is the 6A cheer coach of the year. Congratulations to Whitney. If you know her, you know how dedicated she is. So congratulations to her. She'll be celebrated at the state competition when the Chargers compete later this week. So we are cheering for those who typically cheer for everybody else. Thank you, President Schill, for the opportunity to show the world that Canyons is strong.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Haney. We have now come to the patron comment portion of our meeting. The board often designates time in meetings to patrons of the district, to listen to patrons of the district. Patron comment time is limited to residents and taxpayers of Canyons District, students and parents of students, and current employees of the district. Patrons may provide board members with written documents, and these documents must be submitted to the board secretary at the meeting or emailed, did you wave? Or emailed to the Office of Public Communications by noon of the day following the board meeting. Tonight, individuals will be given 3 minutes, and those representing groups will be given 5 minutes. Comments made during patron comment time are part of the public record. It is the board's practice to listen and take notes during patron comments. The Board of Education does not discuss matters that are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on individual students to protect their privacy or employee issues. If a patron wants to comment on a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health, the board requests that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if the patron determines to verbally comment on those personal issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. The Board of Education values input on all sides of issues. To maintain decorum and respect, we ask that those in attendance refrain from applause or other types of demonstrations during the patron comment time, as well as throughout the meeting. Okay, we have 3 people that have signed up today. The first person is Elsina Celine, and then we'll have Jake Garfield come up.
the green light on.
Nope. There we go. Sorry. Good evening. Thank you for your time this evening. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Canyons Association of Elementary Principals. I want to begin by sincerely thanking you for making very difficult decisions around school closures. We know these decisions are complex and carry a real impact for communities. Many of us in small schools recognize the opportunity cost of students in very small schools, and we see the necessity of this work and truly appreciate the care and responsibility with which you approach it. I also want to thank you for your continued commitment to professional learning and PLCs. This priority has made a meaningful difference in many schools, all of our schools, and it has given our teams the time and the structure to collaborate, reflect, and improve practice in many ways that directly benefit students. At Granite, my teams have been using this time intentionally. With our professional learning days, we've focused closely on student engagement over the past year and a half. We've been doing a faculty book study of engagement by design by Fisher and Fry, led by our building leadership team. In our PLCs, my team has been identifying essential standards and setting 100% student mastery goals so we can sharpen our instruction and ensure our efforts are aligned to what matters most for students. I also want to express our appreciation for the board's recognition of the importance of our school wellness staff. As elementary principals, many of us are increasingly concerned about potential cuts to wellness staffing and budgets as the state reviews funding and passes new legislation. We recognize that our district budget is shrinking with our declining enrollment as well. With that understanding, I need you to know that our schools have worked so hard to build strong preventative systems of support. We worry that if those allocations to our wellness staff are reduced, our systems will not be sustainable and we will revert back to a more reactive approach that we had coming out of COVID and be able to do less proactive and preventative work that is serving our students really well right now. Thank you so much for your leadership, for making hard decisions with students at the center, and for continuing to invest both in professional learning time and PLCs, as well as student wellness. We're grateful for your support and partnership in serving our students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Jake Garfield and then Lisa Curtis.
Good evening. I know you've heard a lot from me, and I apologize for that. But this is of such import to the Parkland community. That's why we keep coming back. I hope the board understands what it is that the Parkland community really wants. It's just one thing. We want to be treated with the same respect and the same fairness that were shown to Quail Hollow and to Ridgecrest. That's all. You never considered closing either of those schools because they have larger enrollment than Bella Vista or Granite. Then the default position for both of those schools was to keep them open because they have higher enrollment. Park Lane has higher enrollment than Willow Canyon. It has more stable enrollment than Willow Canyon or Granite, and yet again and again, Park Lane is the target for closure, and I don't understand why. We've been told a lot of different reasons over the last several months. At one point it was the parking lot. Now we're being told it's the FCI score. And yet FCI score has never really mattered when you're making these decisions for other schools. With Bella Vista and Ridgecrest, Bella Vista had a fantastic FCI score of 38. Ridgecrest is one of the worst FCI scores in the whole district of over 90. And yet no one ever even considered closing Ridgecrest again. And you shouldn't have, because there was a much larger school. It would have impacted much more families if you had moved the Ridgecrest population to the Bella Vista building, or move the Quail Hollow population to the Granite building. I'm not saying you can never close down a school with higher enrollment and to move to a school with lower enrollment. But if you're going to do that, it's a momentous decision that deserves more scrutiny, more study. And that type of study is exactly what was proposed just 4 weeks ago by the Long Range Planning Committee, with that fantastic proposal to do a comprehensive, data-driven study that would figure all these things out. And if that study was performed and came back with a result saying, yes, Park Lane really should be closed down and moved to the Willow Canyon building, I would wholeheartedly support it. But the current path that's on the agenda for the night, I think, is the wrong decision. I would urge this board to reject proposal B from the current proposal and go back to the December 16th proposal to do a comprehensive study. That's the right thing to do. It's the just thing to do. It's the fair thing to do, and the democratic thing to do. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Now, Lisa Curtis.
Hi. I was just going to start off by saying I'll meet the time limit, but I appreciate you giving me 5 because I'm going to meet it. I am a teacher at Bella Vista. I know I've spoke here before.
You know, you weren't supposed to have 5. That's a
well,
mistake.
Then
but,
I'll read my
but
paragraph.
it's
then.
okay. Just
I was gonna
go
ask,
ahead.
Because of a school closure and the closest of the heart, I was going to ask for your indulgence. I'm looking like 4, 3.5, 4. I am a teacher at Bella Vista. In every presentation connected to our school's closure, there's been a lot of data. And data drives most decisions in education, which is fine. And it clearly drove this one. There was financial projections, enrollments, operating costs, et cetera. But numbers are concrete and they're safe, right? But numbers never tell the whole story. Over the weekend, we were watching Peyton's Place. We're football fans, and we have a son named Peyton Manning. So they were talking about the quarterback rating. And it was this big equation with the catches and touchdowns, blah, blah. But Peyton's score is 96.4. But that obviously doesn't tell the whole story of his whole career, right? Doesn't tell the story of the 2003 Monday Night Football game when Peyton led the Colts in the quickest 21-point comeback in NFL history. And I think it still holds the record. He did it in less than 4 minutes. So while not nearly as exciting as that moment for Peyton, I'm here tonight because Bella Vista's story is also bigger than the numbers that's been presented. And I would, when I was hired in #2016, Bella Vista was a thriving school with a deeply engaged community. Our principal, Corey Anderson, pushed us to build math instruction around rich classroom discussions and problem solving. Even then, he knew that we needed something to set us apart. So he advocated for STEM-focused professional development and hands-on curriculum. He wanted STEM to be our thing, and we worked hard to grow these practices. And even without the materials we'd hoped for, I feel like it's moved on with us because it set us up for success later on. Corey was reappointed. After that was the COVID year. We had that principal for just the 1 year. The next year, Eric Gardner was our next principal, and he reopened our school after the COVID. He re-energized our staff. He strengthened our PBIS. He elevated our PLCs and rebuilt trust and collaboration. During this time, he imagined STEAM Fridays, and every teacher committed to creating and teaching 4 to 6 week STEAM units to rotating grades throughout the year. We felt momentum was going. Our enrollment was still going down, but we were really excited about what we were building. But he was reappointed. That was a heartbreaker. Angie Holden served 1 year as our principal, and she carried through with the STEAM Fridays. The students love them. They still do. We're still doing them. Where was I? Teachers, that same year, some of our teachers voluntarily pursued their STEM endorsements. And despite losing FTE and operating with just 10 teachers, Bella Vista earned the 2024 National Blue Ribbon School Award for student growth and instructional excellence. We taught oversized classes, split grade classrooms, and shared the load daily, stretching ourselves professionally. Our current principal, Barb Winder, inherited all of this and has met it with courage and optimism. Across the years of uncertainty, Bella Vista's staff and administrators have consistently showed up for our students. On the evening of December 2nd, I sat on my couch and cried, as you guys unanimously voted to close our school. My husband and boys were with me, and I had all my teacher friends in our group chat. After the vote, I listened to opportunities that were going to be offered to my students at Ridgecrest, and I agree it's going to be wonderful. They deserve more than what we've been able to offer them. But what I kept waiting for was some acknowledgement for our work that it took to hold Bella Vista together. And maybe condolences, time of death, I don't know, but it never came. I know it wasn't intentional, but the impact mattered. It was like a punch in the gut when I was feeling vulnerable in that moment. The silence, I was also afraid, reinforced the narrative that Bella Vista had failed. And when the truth is very different, as I tried to explain. So I want to end by saying tonight what I wish had been said to us that night. To the Bella Vista community, past and present, thank you. Thank you for choosing Bella Vista and being the stability and constant for our students. Your work has been meaningful. And thank you for loving our students. They love you back. This closure impacts your careers and disrupts every aspect of your daily work life. It's scary, it's stressful, and it's traumatic. Regardless of perhaps some painful messaging that's being sent to you surrounding your current placements, you are fantastic and effective teachers. You've shown up and been dedicated and commitment to professional growth, and you will continue to positively impact the students you teach no matter where you end up next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the consent agenda, and I will now ask for a motion, and then please read all the items.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda for tonight, January 20th. Item A, approval of minutes for December 16th, 2025. Item B, approval of minutes for January 6th, 2026. Item C, approval of hire and termination reports. Item D, approval of purchasing bids. Item E, approval of December financial reports. And item F, approval of LEA-specific licenses and endorsements.
Okay, we amended the agenda to
Oh, that's right.
to have another item on there.
Yes, we do. It is the administrative appointments.
Yes.
So we're adding that as
Item
item G.
Item G.
At administrative appointments. I apologize.
Okay, perfect. So we have a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments or discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, the next item is new business, and we are going to start with the K-12 math curriculum adoption proposal. This is third reading, possible action, and Dr. Amber Roderick, Landward Director of ISD, will present this.
Hello, everybody. I'm excited to be here for our third and hopefully final reading of the K-12 math curriculum adoption. President Schill mentioned that we are on a little bit tighter timeline tonight, so I will be brief. I'm happy to just start and ask for if we're all in favor, and we can just end right here.
Perfect. Just kidding.
Oh, okay. We'll go ahead and talk through these then. So there was a request in the last board meeting when we talked about the second reading, as well as in board leadership, to talk a little bit more about the technology components of all of the programs that are on the docket for tonight. So as a quick reminder, we are looking at Amplify Desmos Math for elementary and then Reveal Math for our middle and high school. So those are the three curricula that are being proposed for district-wide adoption. And before we talk about technology, I just want to highlight and have in the record the best practices that we have been following with regards to technology integration into all of our classrooms. We really have been pushing in terms of our pedagogy to really focus on intentional use of technology. So this has been an innovation and a conversation as well as a coached model in our district for a number of years and will continue to be so with every curriculum that we adopt. So with that intentionality in mind, what I shared with you, and hopefully you had a chance to read before tonight, really highlights all of the digital resources that are available both for student access and for teacher access. And what we really wanted to do, and what you're looking at right now as an example from elementary, is really highlight how those digital teaching components will be used for our educators with regards to both their instructional delivery and their instructional planning. So you can see kind of an example of how we would recommend that those things be used. And then most importantly, I think what we have a lot of parents who are wondering about is what that in-class digital learning component will look like. And so you'll be able to see through this information how students can access specific digital resources during instructional time and what that might look like. Specifically, what we've tried to highlight with this information is that within the instructional block of time, this is an example for kindergarten, how much time students might actually be spending on devices. So in this example, you can note that there are a couple of lessons, two approximately with each grade level, that really will need the digital component to be taught successfully. In kindergarten, those lessons are approximately around 10 minutes each, or at least the digital component for that hands-on learning piece is about 10 minutes. In addition to that component of the lesson design and structure of the curriculum program, there is a supplemental program that is embedded into the curriculum that can be used for personalized learning and small group instruction. And in kindergarten, what that looks like is approximately 10 minutes 2 to 3 times a week. When we move into first grade, you can see just a little bit of that shift. So those 2 lessons take approximately about 15 to 20 minutes, whereas that personalized small group or individualized learning that happens 2 to 3 times a week ends up being about 15 minutes. And then that is also similar for 2nd through 5th grades. So when we think about there's also some examples, again, I'm not going to get into this so that we can have time for all of your questions, but there are some fantastic examples that can be viewed online, but that really highlight, again, how these digital models for those particular 2 lessons really show the depth of understanding that can be provided with the digital tool that is a little bit unique and different than versus just a print resource. So at the end of the day, when we think about the digital impact, and I know many of us are concerned or wondering what the potential language will be for some of the bills that have been presented at the legislative session, if we find ourselves in a position where technology will be prohibited in our classrooms at the elementary level, I think it's important to note that this curriculum can be taught completely print, and for the most part, that is how we will lead out on that instruction. We really got excited about this program, and some of you hopefully have heard from some of our teachers who are early adopters, because what leads this program are those collaborative discussions and the hands-on manipulatives that are part of the curriculum, as well as the support for the teachers outside of classroom time for them to be able to use those effectively. So our students can engage in math every single day without a digital resource if that is what is necessary. The implications of that and what we could potentially lose if that were required as a state. Some things that will relate specifically to how we track student success and progress monitor, that would have to be done more manually, which will create more time and potentially more burden in terms of teacher time outside of the classroom for how they're supporting students. And then, as I mentioned, there's a couple of lessons overall in the whole curriculum, about 2 per grade, that would be a little bit more challenging to pull those models off without technology, but we certainly could make that happen. When we move into our secondary resources, again, you can see what those digital resources look like for both our educators and our students. When you move that into the classroom and what it means for instructional delivery and instructional planning, you can note, and you saw this on the elementary as well, that many of the digital resources for our teachers are for their planning purposes, and then they have some of the components that they can bring into that interactive piece during classroom time to demonstrate and show students examples and how they can digitally manipulate some of those mathematical models. So for our secondary students, we've added 1 category for their digital learning because we have much more, I shouldn't say much more, but we have more homework in the secondary settings than we do in our elementary classes. So you can see the breakdown for how students will access and utilize technology in class versus at home, and then which resources might be used for both of those. So again, highlighting that one of the things that we have been utilizing with our current program and will continue to integrate and use with Reveal Math for middle and high school is that instant feedback through that interactive homework component with our supplemental program that we use with these programs. And that's something that our students and teachers have, again, become a little bit more reliant on. With regards to in-class time, many of those hands-on components can be used with a device, but a lot of these, again, will be optional. So when you look at the middle school block as well as, I'll go to the high school block in just a minute. You can note the total time for the component of the lesson and what portion of that component may include some technology. And I say may because, as you will note, in every component of the lesson in these instructional blocks for both middle and high school, it is optional. So when you look at the middle school, and again, here are some examples that we really just wanted to highlight. But for middle school and high school, you'll note that all of the technology components are in fact optional. This program can stand alone with the print materials. And just like in the elementary, we really feel like the collaborative tasks and the supports for the teachers behind the scenes to lead those tasks, as well as the student discussion, are what lead the instruction so much more than the technology access. So the technology does certainly enhance the opportunities that students have to deepen their understanding. So noting here what some of those implications might be at the secondary level if we were not allowed to use technology in the classroom, there would be a slower component to that learning process, and by that we mean the immediate feedback that students can get with that interactive homework component when they're working at home is huge, not just for whether or not the answers to the problems that they're working through are correct or incorrect, but where in fact they have had a misstep, and the resources for that how-to in terms of the tutoring, some of the videos and some of the components that the students will access in the digital platform would be lost in that process. And then just like in the elementary, there are some components within our math standards that manipulating those models digitally is critical for the depth of teaching to the rigor of that standard, and some of those could be hindered a little bit without that. So that is the technology component. Wanted to also just make sure you were up to speed on what we've learned since we were last together about the high school pathways and what the Utah State Board of Education is considering with regards to those standards. From what we understand, the board is expected to take action on which pathway they will be moving forward with in February. So again, whether that's integrated or traditional, or whether or not they're just going to let districts decide. From there, they will in March take action to actually approve the K-12 standards. And then I think I mentioned this last time, but we'll stay the course, meaning the state will be staying the course on high school assessments that will begin next school year. So that will be with the integrated model, regardless of what they vote. And then in 27-28, it will be the new standards, the approved pathway, and the new assessments all in the same year. So with regards to what that means for Canyons, we have outlined just the pathways of, or the action steps that we will take depending on the action that the board takes at the USPE. So obviously, if the integrated pathway is approved, we maintain the course and implement the curriculum as intended. If the USPE decides to move to the traditional pathway, then we would move forward in 26-27 with giving PLCs at the high school the opportunity to use the new curriculum in the digital form. Remember that both the high school curriculum, we have options for both integrated and traditional. It's the same curriculum and the same standards that would just be resequenced. So we feel very comfortable in allowing teachers who want a head start in getting familiar with the platform to do that with the integrated model, and then the following year would be full implementation and purchase for the traditional curriculum and moving forward with that pathway. And then again, if we get to choose, then we will be coming back to you as soon as possible with a recommendation for you to help us move forward with the pathway for our district. And we'd come to that recommendation by working with our stakeholders and looking at our historical trends and data to be able to give you all the information you need to be able to make a decision to move forward. I did include, just again for reference, what the various pathway options would look like in integrated and in the algebra geometry and algebra 2 sequencing. And then there was a question during the second reading about the costs. And so I just wanted to reiterate that the costs that we have at this point, the first year, the reason why there's a first year total is because we, particularly in elementary, are purchasing things that we only have to purchase once, and that would be the manipulatives. And then every other year, we would not need to purchase those. So even though we're getting the teacher resource kits and those licenses, that is still a one-time purchase, and that doesn't change after that first year. So what you're looking at, the annual total represents the annual total for the life of the contract, which right now we're looking at 5 and 7 year contracts. Once the board takes action, we'll continue to work with purchasing and Leon to determine which type of contract makes the most sense for us. And so that is the same for middle school. Again, that $23 per student would be for the life of that contract, and so the annual total would be consistent across the years, as would the high school. So with that, the last item for discussion that I wanted to share with you today was our process to collect stakeholder feedback. After the first reading, as you know, we send out information widespread. We have the great support of our communications department to blast out how stakeholders can access the materials as well as give feedback. And since that was done in November, I think it was end of November, yes. We have only had 7 responses. Again, other discussions are taking place in SCCs and faculties, and we're answering other questions through our fantastic math team. But stakeholder who submitted responses, there were only 7, 4 high school, 2 elementary, 1 middle school, and you can see the stakeholders varied from parents, teachers, and we had 1 student, which was great. I don't actually think we've had that before, so that was exciting. Of those comments, only 4 of them were questions, 3 were comments. We've checked in with those individuals who sent the questions, but from that, there were no discernible trends. You as board members, as well as the public, have direct access to view the feedback in its authenticity. And with that, are there questions? That was definitely under 15 minutes, I know it, right?
It was.
Quickest
I think it was
ever.
about 12 minutes, so great,
see, look at
great
that.
job. You weren't even talking as fast as I know you can either, so,
Is that a challenge next time?
no. Okay, board, are there questions? Anyone? Superintendent, looks
So
like.
thank you, Amber. This is great. And I really appreciate the clarity on screen time for our elementaries. I think we need to be laser focused on exactly what that looks like. And it looks like to me it's a great resource and can be, more centric to what the teacher's doing. What is the option in middle and high school for textbooks? Is that not part of the curriculum, or is that an option?
No, it is. So in the middle school, it will be a print consumable. And so that's,
Similar to elementary, same type of,
yep,
okay.
yep. And so that's an annual purchase. We're playing with some options about how we can make that a little bit more sustainable if we need to. And then for high school, there is an actual textbook.
Okay, awesome.
Okay, Mrs. Nybar, then Mrs. Dolly.
Thank you. Awesome job getting through a lot of information and being quick, too. A couple questions I have for you. Right now, currently, I know the kids in elementary school, a lot of them are on some computers for math as well. Will you go back to that slide about how many minutes? I know some of it was for the elementary.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Okay, so some of it is cooperative groups and partners, which is awesome. It's more hands-on, and that's what's so cool about it. But I just wanted to ask you 2 questions to point out. So do we actually feel like this is an increase in technology time to what we currently have?
It is actually a decrease in technology time.
That is what I thought, because I go into the elementary school a lot and help. Okay, so thank you for pointing that out. And then the second thing is, this program is amazing from everything I can see, and I got on and did the demo and everything. But you're saying some of it is, if in fact that legislation is passed, it's a little more difficult because you said some of those pieces are critical online.
Just 2 lessons
Just 2.
approximately per grade.
Okay,
So per unit.
per unit. Per unit.
Per grade.
Per grade, per unit. 2 lessons out of how many lessons in a unit? 6?
17.
Or 17. Okay, I was way off. Okay, so out of 17 units,
I'm
there's
back up.
2 that would be problematic. But even if the legislation is passed, your department still says this is the best, bar none, even if the legislation is passed.
Yes,
And there isn't
absolutely.
another program we're going to find that doesn't use technology that's better than this. It doesn't look like it to me, but,
That is correct.
okay, thank you so much.
Okay, great. Mrs. Dolly.
So I know a lot of, as we've talked about this, particularly with elementary, there's a lot of hands-on and manipulatives. Is there anything similar for the middle and high school so we can still reach those kids that are more of the kinesthetic learners in this process? The online simulations are great to sort of envision that in real life, but the manipulation
is a valuable aspect.
Absolutely, and I should have highlighted that even more. So the mathematical practices that are the best practices for teaching math span K-12, and Rachel Marshall can jump up here and add in even more details. But those mathematical practices really highlight specifically that hands-on learning, really focusing on discourse, really focusing on being able to manipulate physically and engage in more of that type of math instruction. So we will still continue to support those practices. It looks a little bit different than an elementary, but Rachel, do you want to talk a little bit about some of the highlights, since you're a little closer to that?
So we still, in middle school, use manipulatives. It just looks different. We just don't have the big manipulative kits that have the huge base 10 blocks, the little teddy bears and all of those. However, I know we use spaghetti to create lines. We use algebra tiles to model solving equations. So those are still in there. We just don't have the big manipulative boxes that come with the curriculum, but most schools have already bought their own two-color counters for integers. So we still do use those. And the manipulatives do look different into high school because it's kind of hard to manipulate a quadratic in physical form versus in digital, where you can plot different points and see what's actually happening to the quadratic equation. So when we were growing up, it was the TI-83 calculators that did that for us. And they were a little bit more cumbersome, and we still use those. However, with the digital manipulatives, it's a lot easier and a lot clearer instead of having to zoom in or zoom out like we used to when we were growing up. So we still do have manipulatives physically. They just do look different in elementary school.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Oakes wanted to say something. Hopefully we can hear her. We haven't tested that yet.
Can you guys
Go ahead,
hear me
Amanda.
okay? Can you hear me okay?
We cannot hear you.
Oh, that's rude. So yeah, I'm not on mute. Can you hear me now?
Just a minute, Amanda. They are going to work on it. Okay, I'll come back to you, okay? Thank you. Okay, anyone else wants to say anything? Mrs. Patterson.
I just wanted to say, as a teacher from within our district, that I am excited about this program. I think it encompasses more completely our desire to have students following our strategic plan, and we can implement it more holistically and do it with validity. All those neat words that I get to use. Anyway, big words. I'm really, really, really pleased with this. So I'm really in favor of the program, whatever way we're going to have to do it. It does expose our students just enough to computers to not be afraid of what a computer can do. And it models for them correct usage of a computer. That here's your question, you're going to move this around, so that they're not going outside on their own and just surfing all over the place looking for different kinds of answers. So I find that it's just my opinion, but I feel like it will give them modeling even for the computer. But I'm glad that that's not the key component, that it's really not, but that option is there. I don't really want to see additional burden on the teachers, and so I already expressed to you earlier that I was concerned that with adopting Q, the cumulative program for our teachers this year, and adopting a new math program in the elementary might be pretty burdensome. It's hard to do a lot of new things all at the same time. So we're going to have to look carefully at how it's implemented, but as you mentioned to me earlier, and I'm just re-saying what you told me, that there are components that we can add later. There's more to this program than what we're starting with. So we're starting for Q. There's more that we can add to Q, that if we need, teachers get the basics down, then we can expand that, and we're not going to dump the entire possibility of this program, of the Q program, on the teachers. So they can focus more, so Q is for grading and whatever else it needs to do. and that this will they'll be able to truly focus on making this change to the new program. So thank you for the hard work that you're doing and for looking ahead, and I do endorse that this is what I've seen far better than what I've ever been able to use in my past experience. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pedersen. And just to also just add to the Q conversation, elementary teachers and secondary teachers use Skyward currently different in terms of the grade book. And so Q will be similar in terms of those differences. Wow, that's an interesting sentence, isn't it? Similar in terms of differences. So the elementary teachers, because they have not been using the Skyward grade book, as we move forward with Q, the grade book discussion and how they will use that will be slowly rolled out while they're focusing on the big portion of their day with math.
Perfect. I like that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, Mrs. Oakes, try to speak. We'll see if we can hear you.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Amber, thank you so much for your presentation. That's really helpful. I know we'd had a conversation before about making it clear for the public just how hands-on it really is. I was personally very impressed being able to look through some of those manuals myself, and they're really delightful, and did a really good job of being able to express to a child how to conceptualize certain mathematical concepts. And so, similar to what you were saying before, if we're taking a step back away from being technology driven in our math instruction, I think it's a win. And obviously we don't have very many choices but to move forward with something else, because what we've been using is really not available anymore.
Correct.
So I am supportive of this move. I think it'll be a good thing. And especially, in talking to some of the teachers and educators I highly respect that have had opportunities to engage with it and how excited they are about it, I think that says a lot.
Okay, thank you. I just want to add my thanks. This presentation was really great. I appreciate all the time in it, and just like the technology piece is really big, and we are worried about that. So thank you for all the detail on that. So board, this is a third reading possible action. So I will now entertain a motion if you want to move forward at this time. I do want to say one other thing. I talked to Amber about the cost, and this is similar to what we've already been paying. It's within her budget. It's not going to be like an extra expense on the district. So just wanted to let you guys know that. Does anyone want to make a motion?
I move to approve the K-12 math curriculum adoption proposal that has been presented tonight.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Dolly. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Nybar. Okay, is there any further discussion to that motion? Okay, I will now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and any opposed? I think that was unanimous, so.
Yay. So
Yes, you can
excited.
move
Our
forward.
students deserve this, so we're very excited. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Amber. We appreciate it. Okay,
team's
we
very
will
excited.
go on to,
I'm just gonna hang
Why are you
out.
leaving? Okay.
Just gonna bask in this, moment.
Perfect. So next is the dual immersion update, and that is why Dr. Amber Roberg Landward is still standing
Why
there.
I'm still standing.
She
All
will
right.
also
Are you going to
present
put on a
this.
hat? Change?
I should. I know. I need a
You're going to
cape or
speak another
something.
language? That would be good.
I would be speaking another language if I had had the incredible opportunity to participate in our district's dual language immersion programs, which is what I'm here to talk to you about tonight. So I'm here to share with you an update about some solutions that we have been working through as we've been problem solving the ongoing enrollment challenges that our district has been facing for the last handful of years. It's no surprise to any of you that the declining enrollment is impacting all of our schools, which means that it's also impacting a lot of our school programs, including our dual language immersion programs. The schools that we have seen the most significant impact of declining enrollment, both in terms of overall student enrollment and then what that means for interest and applications in the program, are Lone Peak, Oak Hollow, and Silver Mesa. So the impact with those schools as the numbers of their overall student population decline, the district has had to supplement a lot of FTE to, and this isn't just to those three schools, the district has been supplementing FTE to maintain our DLI programs in a number of schools, both to support the DLI classrooms so that we can maintain that two-teacher model, as well as supporting the non-DLI classes to make sure that there are two classes when possible that aren't serving or using the DLI program so that we can have more options to serve students. We have not been able to supplement to the extent that has been needed because the need has been so great over the last few years, and we have seen a significant impact on those schools. Many of those things I've listed here in the slide that hopefully you've had a chance to digest over the last handful of days, but overall it impacts our students and the school's ability to be able to serve both them and our dual immersion students, particularly in a way that is cohesive and united across those two programs, which is critical for the experience of both the students, the families, and the teachers. So with those things in mind, we have been working really hard to identify some solutions that would allow us to sustain the program while also meeting the needs of the overall school community. And our solution that we are sharing with you tonight, that we are putting in place for the upcoming school year, 26-27 school year, would be that we reduce the DLI student cap at these most and highly impacted schools by that enrollment. So that would be, again, Lone Peak, Oak Hollow, and Silver Mesa. So with reducing the overall cap for DLI students who enter the program, what that means is that we have to move from a one-class cohort model to a two-class cohort model. So traditionally, where we have been able to admit 56 students into our dual immersion programs at each of the dual immersion schools, we would now move to accepting a cohort size of roughly 30 to 32 students. We would still be implementing the model with integrity as outlined by the state, which is what we've been doing for the last 15 years. So that instructional model would still be 50-50 in terms of 50 in the target language, 50% in English, and they would still maintain a two-teacher model. The difference would be that right now in the two-class cohort model, the two teachers are teaching the same grade and sharing those students, and moving to this model with the cap and the one-class cohort means that the two-teacher team would be teaching and sharing two grades. So if I'm the English teacher, I may teach first and second grade, and then my partner would teach first and second grade in the target language. And that is how that would look over time. So we are moving to this model in the 26-27 school year, and then just wanted to highlight and share with you some of the data that led us to this decision. So for each of these three schools, I've highlighted the current DLI enrollment numbers adjacent to the overall school enrollment numbers. And then you have in just the detailed note information, the number of applications and the priority placements. Priority placement is what we give to siblings that are in the program, and this has been, again, a practice and policy since the beginning of implementation. So siblings in the program get priority. And then this shows how the number of out-of-boundary placement as well. We've also put together the projected enrollment from numbers that Leanne was gracious enough to share so that we could look at that over time. So in this particular example, and then you can play it out for all of the other two schools, we have 56 kindergartners right now at Lone Peak. If every single one of them applied, they did not all apply, but of those 56, we have roughly 36 of those who did apply. What that means is if they all get in, and we have a two-cohort model, we would be pulling all of those kindergarten students in, and it would make for a very low or non-existent kindergarten classroom that is not DLI. So again, just projecting that out over the next handful of years, you can see that sticking with the cap of 56 students for the two-class cohort would be really challenging for a school like Lone Peak to carry out, given their current enrollment and their projected. You see those similar things across Oak Hollow, as well as Silver Mesa. So it's a tough decision to make. We were actually really excited to be able to come up with a solution that allowed us to sustain a quality dual immersion program while not creating inequities across our schools in terms of services so that we can make sure to support all students within the school. So we would move forward with that. We run the lottery, it's running actually right now, and notification to families would go out this Friday, and that's for all dual immersion programs. For those who have applied for these 3 programs, we would notify them, we're going to notify them that these adjustments have been made and that we have had to reduce the cap. And they can, again, work with us if they have any questions. We will maintain waiting lists if that is something that families would like to stay on, and then we'll continue to work with the schools to address those questions and then plan for long-term implementation of these new adjustments. Any questions about that?
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Nybar.
Okay, for Lone Peak, you said that there were only 30-something who applied for first grade. Is that right?
So there's 43 applications, and
Yep.
7 of those are out of boundary. So that would be 36 of the students at Lone Peak. We're assuming, again, that's those from that kindergarten class have applied for their dual immersion program.
Okay, so then if we're lowering the cap, remind me, because it was a slide before, what's the cap at 32? Is that what you
The
said?
cap would be, yep, 32.
So 32, so of the ones that are zoned for Lone Peak, there was 36 applications, so 4 wouldn't get in to the 32, right?
Possibly, yes. So we work with each school. Each school determines how many in and out of boundary students they're going to take. Usually it's a percentage. So we would be looking at what percentage we want to invite in from out of boundary to, again, bolster the school community with diverse and new students. But essentially, with the 32 new cap, 22 priority placements will already be automatically in. So of those 10 remaining spots, it'll be, yes, potentially a lot of them Lone Peak, and then maybe a couple of them from out of boundary.
From out of boundary. Okay. So, and then does that trend follow when you go to Oak Hollow? Because those slides skipped through so quickly.
Yeah, sorry,
No, it's
trying to
okay.
be
We've looked at them
sensitive to
before
time,
too. It's just
but-
different when you're
yep.
talking about it. So with Oak Hollow, you're saying the 41, 16 priority, 2. So what we're doing is we're saying, okay, the cap before was too large. We don't have that many, but we're still going to cut some. A question I have with that is when these families, and you tell me, but possibly some of the out of boundary or maybe kids and families who already maybe speak the language in some cases, if it's Spanish,
If they
right?
speak the language,
Or-
they'd be given priority.
They will give priority. Okay, but then there's probably a fair number of students that they want to do this because they're looking at, probably parents and families are looking at this as, hey, this is a way to challenge our child. They need a little more. So my question is, for those kids that won't get in, and we're talking about equity within the district, could we look at other options for them as far as ways to challenge them more in math or reading groups or things like that? The other thing I'm thinking about is when we put it down to 32, would that be 2 classrooms? One classroom of 32 children.
It would be. And so one of the data points that we looked at to come up with the solution and the way we came up with the 32 number is we have roughly 8 to 12% attrition between first grade and 5th grade. And so to be able to account for that attrition and not send even fewer students onto our middle school, we need to start high, which is why we have 28 in our classrooms right now within the 2-class cohort. So starting at 32, yes, that would be a lot. We have heard of other schools that have done this, and we can work with the schools to support that and talking with the principals. Many of them are already providing supports with assistants and paraprofessionals, and so they felt like they could accommodate that. But that then allows us a little bit more of a safety net if we have attrition by the time the students get to 5th grade.
Okay, so then if you take Oak Hollow, so the overall enrollment is 66 kindergartners. So then if you say 32 of those 66 go into one classroom, then what about the others? Is that going to put 34 into one classroom, or do they get divided into two classrooms?
That's a decision that the principal makes based on their overall FTE allocation. And so it could be two classes, more than likely, I would guess. And again, Sally, she was here, she could probably do that in her head as well. But again, the principals look at their overall FTE allocation with the whole student enrollment and decide where they're allocating that FTE. And so sometimes you're making those difficult decisions about whether or not you have two classes in kindergarten versus two classes in third grade. And it varies, again.
I just have a concern about that. I think our student to teacher ratio, that's concerning to me, especially in the younger grades. I think it's a lot harder when kids are learning good habits of school. And I think kindergarten and first grade, that's really challenging when those teachers, there's just one of them and so many students, and how that affects like high quality learning. The other thing that is a concern for me is when we don't have the opportunity to actually switch up classes where students get to mingle with other peers, there can be some negative impacts socially where they aren't used to inclusion, and there can be, I think for whole child purposes, years ago we used to have the SALTA program spread out to more elementary schools, and my older sons participated. And I did find that there was some negative impacts as far as kids not being very welcoming when someone moves in and they're just not used to, you know, when kids get switched up to different classes and get to mix in with different peers, there's this whole socialization thing that happens that's so important for them, and it creates resiliency and making new friends and things like that. And so I'm concerned about that as well. I'm really concerned about the high numbers by teacher and if that's best, and then also the fact that they won't get shuffled around, at least the DLI kids. They will just be going from kindergarten to fifth grade, and then all of a sudden they'll go to middle school and there will be some shakeup. So those are some initial concerns I have. You know, obviously the DLI program has some really awesome benefits, but I wonder if it would be better to look at possibly having less schools host that, and if maybe there's some other programs we can offer for those parents whose students need more, to make sure they're engaged and being challenged in the classroom, because I think that's a little bit problematic with the high numbers of class size. I think that's one thing that we hear all the time and is a big concern for parents and teachers. I know the first grade teacher that I was helping last year, her numbers were a lot higher than they were in the past, and it's just so challenging.
I don't think anybody would argue that it's challenging to have that many bodies in a first grade classroom. And I think our principals get very creative with their FTE as well as their TSSP funds to ensure that they're providing the best supports that they can. I think with regards to the one class and the students not having options to move back and forth, that is exactly what we have created in these dual immersion schools for the kids that are not in DLI. And that's been extremely challenging for those schools. With DLI being a choice program, it's one that I have opted to take advantage of as well as a parent. That is the risk that I take because it's a choice program. DLI is also not a gifted program. It's for all students and all abilities. And so, yes, I think every student needs challenge and supports for their specific needs, and that is something that is part of our overall programming that has been compromised with the programs and the declining enrollment that we've had in the current makeup. So I actually think that this solution for these three particular schools allows them to provide more of that personalized support, because we are able to sustain a choice program, but then create a better wraparound support for the kids that are not in DLI so that we can have that welcoming environment. DLI is also quite different than a SALTA program because we are not having students enter off and on throughout the course of their time in elementary school. They are in it from first grade on, and so we don't have a lot of that revolving door. If we had the revolving door, maybe our numbers would be higher, but that's not how the program works. So I think your point is a good one, whether or not that's something you want to consider. Eliminating dual immersion program, that's a directive I will take from all of you, but right now this was the solution that we put in place to support the enrollment and sustain the choice programs that we have in our schools.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Oakes had a comment.
Amber, thank you so much for presenting on this. It's hard to
It's
kind of
so
go
hard.
through some of this. And we talked about this in high quality learning, and I'm grateful that it's coming before the whole board. Most of you know that all 5 of my kids have participated in dual language immersion, and so this is something I care a lot about. It's been an incredible gift to our family. We've loved it, and my kids have grown like gangbusters through that experience. With that said, it definitely does present some unique challenges. So I wanted to clarify real quick a question to Ms. Nybar's point about the numbers that we start off with and attrition. I know last year when we were talking about making sure we were having sustainable numbers, the suggestion that some districts have gone with of allowing second graders to come in and really work very hard to catch up with those that started a year before them. Are we still allowing parents or students to be able to come in and do that in the second year if they didn't have an opportunity and perhaps the space opened up in that second grade year?
Yes, great question. I'm glad that you asked. So all of those practices will remain intact for all of our schools, including these 3. So the students that would be now potentially on the waiting list for Oak Hollow and Lone Peak and Silver Mesa, if space opens up, then we will draw from the waiting list to fill those spaces. And we actually even extended the entrance point of when you can continue to enter into the program through second grade, and it is through March for Spanish and French and January, which we bumped a few months for Chinese. So that gives us a longer window of when students can enter the program. After second grade, if students are able to demonstrate a level of proficiency commensurate with their peers who have been in dual immersion, then they can continue to enroll at that point if there is space beyond second grade.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. The other thing I wanted to kind of point out, and I think it's really important because it's painful for me to think about having to pull back on some of these programs. But when we sat and we looked at the numbers as a committee and saw, I'm going to take Lone Peak as an example, for instance. It's astounding that we're dealing with this right now with a school like Lone Peak, because in the past they had huge waiting lists. But we're at the point that still the majority of parents who have students entering first grade are wanting to do dual immersion. It's not a function of there not being a demand. The difference is now our enrollment. And because of that, proportionally, even though you have a large majority of parents who would like to do it, the enrollment overall has decreased so much that it is no longer big enough to be able to fill 2 classrooms. Correct. And so at that point, you have such a small remainder of what's left for a regular first grade classroom that it really creates a massive imbalance in the school that's not sustainable. And so I do think our staff has really been creative in trying to figure out ways to be able to preserve this program for families. I know not only in Lone Peak, but in other areas of the district, whether it's Oak Hollow or Silver Mesa, there are a lot of families who really care about dual language immersion and still want their kids to have that opportunity. And so I recognize this is going to create some additional challenges. For sure, I've seen as a parent that when you only had 2 classrooms, for instance, in Chinese, and they kind of followed each other throughout school, through grades 1 through 5 without the opportunities to intermix, sometimes that was tricky. And I do think that this will probably make it more tricky. And that's one reason I wanted this information to get out to the public, so that parents have the opportunity to consider that and consider whether or not that's still the best choice for their kids, if that's what they want. Or, to Ms. Nybar's point, perhaps they might want to choose a different option for them, whether their kids do self or something different. But I do think that this is probably the best option we have moving forward to be able to do some of this. With the way that funding is going from the state legislature, and even with enrollment and how that impacts our district, I don't know if we have a whole lot of other choices if we're going to preserve dual language immersion in those particular school communities.
And if I can just add, one of the things that, again, came from many of your experiences and feedback we got from stakeholders early on in the dual immersion program was that cohort mentality, whether you're in a non-DLI class or a DLI class at this point. One of the huge assets that we have been implementing for the last handful of years, as you all know, is the Brain Booster model. And just this year, we've moved to having the Brain Boosters for an hour each day. And so then you have the opportunity to mix up our students. And so our students are with their peers from across classes, no matter what school you are in, having the opportunity to engage, socialize, make friends in different classes, because you have different students in your class for Brain Booster than you do for your homeroom, again, be that dual immersion, SALTA, or neighborhood. And so those things have been really helpful in making sure that we can have a united, which I think, again, makes solutions like this a little bit more feasible and palatable when you have that already in place.
Okay, great. Thank you, Amanda. And Mrs. Dolly.
Just real quick, thank you so much for your work on this and finding an innovative approach so that we can maintain the number of these programs that we have in our schools, but also for note of the public to realize that this is becoming less and less a magnet program and really a neighborhood school program. You look at the number of out-of-boundary permits for each of those, and it's less than 10%. I mean, not even a full class of students across all at least these three schools. So something to note, something that we need to pay attention to over time.
Really good point.
Okay, board, any other comments? I would just like to say something because I am on high quality learning, and I just really appreciate Amber's work on this and her department, because like, to me, I do not want to get rid of this program. I think parents are really passionate about it. And I also know that other districts are closing their programs, so it is a way to bring students to our district, even if that may not happen right today. But I do think it's important, and I really value the program and want us to be able to continue it. So, so board, this is not something we vote on. We would only vote on this if we were going to close the program, and then there's a whole, statute on how we do that. So this is just kind of an information item for us, unless we don't agree with it. And I mean, Holly has some concerns. I didn't really hear concerns from other people, but.
I really appreciated what Amber just said about the brain boosters where there's more mix up. I think that's really a really good thing, and I think that helps that situation a lot. And I also think your answer to the other questions, like, hey, they're going to be really creative with FTE and other ways, because, it's that student-teacher ratio that's the most concerning for me. But I do appreciate that you're being innovative and absolutely giving parents choices the very best. So I think if we have a way to work around that, then I feel good about it. So thank you so much.
Okay, so board, we're all good with them moving forward with this. Okay, great.
We'll keep you posted on implementation.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. We appreciate your time.
Okay, we're going to move on to item C on new business, and that is the Long-Range Planning Committee update and possible action. This will be presented by Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator.
Thank you, President Schill and members of the board. Thank you to Amber for her two presentations. It should be said that I, as well, am a dual immersion parent. I remember 10 years ago when my oldest was starting the program, lottery at Oak Hollow. We were even worried if we were going to make the lottery, because they were, the 56 getting in, lottery size was around 70, 75 applications. So it's hard in the school. Of course, the school enrollment at that time was approaching 700, where it's 450 now. So it's hard to see that drop. And that's part of that leads into this discussion here as we continue to deal with school closures, boundary changes due to our decreasing enrollment. Want to just give you a couple updates before we get to that, though, on two areas. One is our small capital updates. At the December 16th meeting, we said we were looking at projects this summer of a budget around $5 million. And we had a list there. We're not going to go over that list because we did it then. But we want to add a couple more projects. Again, that list there was 3.8 million. A couple more projects moving forward. One is we really would like to do something at Ridgecrest with the Bella Vista Ridgecrest consolidation, and for those parents and students and teachers there. And one of the things that we really feel is the biggest need, or one of the biggest needs, is the carpet. So we would like to put carpet in the building. We know we're looking at rebuilding that school a few years down. Carpet does give us a pretty big bang for our buck, if you will, with the look and the environment that it does bring, as we've done several schools with that over the last few years. So that is one recommendation. The other one is, we talked about the Altus Foods Room. Again, about 600, 700 square feet smaller than the other 4 high schools. We'd like to enlarge that. And also, on the consent agenda on that meeting, the 16th, we approved door locks, interior door locks, part of the safety bill for 7 schools. That cost about $350,000. We'd like to equal that up and bring another $350,000 to the project. That 7 schools there is probably going to be understated. We think we can do a few more, because these are a different type of door than the ones we're looking at. So that could get us up to 18 to 20 schools done with another $350,000. We're hopefully going to be, after these schools, 8 to 10 left. And we'll look at our ongoing budget. That is a priority of the committee to get those door locks in. I know it's been a little bit of a struggle for our elementary teachers, because they have to go open and close the door every time someone leaves. So we'd like to fix that if we can. So that's what we're proposing. You'll see those bids coming on the consent agenda that you approved tonight. Was the controls at Caldwell, Copperview, and Albion, as well as the repeaters at Union and Midville Middle. And we'll be going on those projects soon. Next one is our birth update, our birth rate update. Every December, the Utah Department of Health gives us the number of births per zip code in our district. Our zip codes do not line up with our school boundaries. We'll go to that on the next chart. But you can see in 2024, we had about 2,547 births credited to the zip codes in our district. And you can see the chart there, and you can see that line going down, which leads to the issues that we have with the enrollment, part of the enrollment. When we started, and the earliest we go back is 2007. That would have been most of those would have been in the graduating class of 2025. Those born after September 1 would be in this year's graduating class. But you can see there we had, 3,400 births, and you can see we're down not quite 1,000, but, getting in that 850 range lower. And so that's, as we see that continuing we think we're kind of bottoming out. We're actually up about 60 from 2023, but that's still an issue. You look at in 2012, we started to drop down. That would be our class of 2030. Those born after September would be in 2031. But you can just see that's a big driver right there. And, we capture about 68% of these students. That's around 1,700 coming to us 5 years later. We'll, of course, capture some from other zip codes moving in. Some of these students births will be moving out. We know that. But that is that's really the driver right there of our decreasing enrollments. And you can see it through that chart. Here is by zip code. We have 7 zip codes in our area. So Draper, Cottonwood Heights, Midville all have theirs. You can see theirs listed there. Sandy has 4. And I'll let you see those as I try to note what part of Sandy they're in. But you can see all of them drop. Some drop at a higher percentage than others. But, all of them are dropping over the last 15, 20 years. And so that's just why we're in this position that we are. We think this is bottomed out, but as I showed on this chart, but we really don't see it increasing, getting up over that 3,000 mark that we were, 10 years ago. So we'll see what the future brings, but the state is not predicting continue to predict a drop in K-12 students because the 12th grade classes going out are just going to be smaller, I mean a lot larger than the kindergartners coming in to replace them, if you will. So there is that. Oops, going the wrong way. Want to just go over our proposals regarding our consolidations regarding Quail Hollow and Granite. We'll call that Proposal A, and then Park Lane, Willow Canyon, Proposal B here shortly. What we're doing is we're just going to, as we talked as a committee, is just restart the 90 days today. I know we talked about restarting it on it was actually November 11th, but with the holidays and coming and when to have the hearings, we thought, no, let's just start anew now, today, with the new proposal. So again, just to refresh, the Proposal A would combine Quail Hollow and Granite in the Quail Hollow building, with the exception of a portion of those students who attend Granite who live south of Dimpledale would go into Lone Peak. Roughly 40 students there. The rest would be combined in the Quail Hollow building. It should be noted the EEC unit would go with them. They do feed into Albion, into Brighton. That was one of the big impacts that we heard at the public hearing that night at Granite. You can see the respective FCI scores there. We know the next slide here. This preserves the feeder patterns, gives us more ability to do full grade level staffing and teaming. It's Albion, of course, right next to Quail Hollow, easy access there, and you can see the FCI scores. We're looking at roughly 23 classrooms needed. Quail Hollow has 28. You would need 3 more for the EEC, so there's could be probably a couple left after that. We would need to move out Quail Hollow's ABS and their preschool. Some of the things we'll need to look at, though, is continuing to move forward is the start and end times, the traffic flows, parking and walking routes. All the Granite students would be bused. That's over 1.5 miles from even the nearest. So we're not worried about that. But there is that, the Albion and Quail Hollow start pretty close together, and we have heard that there is some congestion during that time. So to work out, so those are future considerations there. Moving on to Proposal B. This would combine all of Park Lane and all of Willow Canyon in the Willow Canyon building starting the year for the 27-28 school year. The combined enrollment, you can see there would be about 580. That's it gets to be a pretty big school. We do have a couple more who would be above that in Draper and Sunrise. Midvale would be close to that. That would also include the ACC from Park Lane, which would go to Willow Canyon. Keep in mind they have had an ACC unit there in the past. Excuse me, an EEC unit there in the past. So the building has that capacity. Again, it was maintain that feeder and pattern going up to Eastmont and then to Jordan. You can see the FCI scores for the 2 buildings as well. Willow Canyon is one of those schools that we did a complete overhaul on when we started back in 2010 timeframe. Again, you can see the keeping the school communities together. That was one of the things we heard a lot of in the public hearings and throughout this process. The feeder systems, the drop-off, pick-up at Willow Canyon, the walking, students who could walk, and the FCI scores there. And then, again, the class size is about 23, and Willow does have 27 classrooms. This would take about 23 of the regular ed classrooms plus the 3 for the ACC, so maybe 1 or 2 left over as well. Willow Canyon does have a preschool that would need to be relocated. Still looking at start times and traffic flows any busing and walking issues there. You can see where the two schools sit on the map, about 1.5 miles distance between the two. When we looked at our original proposal was Park Lane and Granite combining together. They were also about 1.5 miles apart of then. Here's our proposed timeline. We're free to move this up or down. Of course, it has to be 90 days. However, the board would like to look at this, but we start the 90-day window tonight. We'd have to hold those public hearings. Whether or not we want to hold those during the legislative session or wait till it's over, that would be, either way would be fine in early March or late February. Again, you have to give 30 days notice once you determine the date of the public hearing. That means the notice when we send out the the official notice, which is both Parent Square and by U.S. mail. We would propose then to, if we do have them even in early March, our second reading, this would be first reading, second reading would be our second meeting in March 24th. Third reading, again, we're putting out there on the May 5th. Keep in mind, April, we have only one board meeting scheduled, and that's our Teacher of the Year. Board's always welcome to schedule another meeting as well if you'd like. So again, if you approve this, the transition teams, as we heard would begin for the consolidations, would begin in the summer and fall of 26. Again, for implementation, the 27-28 school year. You've heard Sally and Alice mention how those are proceeding with the Bella Vista and Ridgecrest, with that consolidation there. One of the things that we want to emphasize, that is just for that proposal for those 4 schools. We are continuing to look at boundaries to address this declining enrollment we are in. We did have other boundary issues out there that we have pulled, last fall, that we decided to pull off. Silver Mesa, Sprucewood, some of those, as they move, not so much the elementary boundaries, but the middle school boundaries where those schools feed into. We're still looking at those. We have other ones that we're also looking at as well. You can see the areas that we're, if we want to pursue something, we would bring that back to the board in probably late May or in May and discuss a timeline for that. Again, the earliest they could go into effect would also be the 27-28 school year. So should be noted that, of course, all boundaries, except for the ones that you approved back on December 2nd, will be in effect for this 26-27 school year upcoming. Here are 2 possible motions if you would like to take those tonight. This first one deals with the Granite Quail Hollow consolidation. Motion 2, the Park Lane Willow Canyon consolidation. So with that, happy to take any questions or comments, or you can, maybe members of the committee could also may have comments as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Mr. Edel wanted to comment.
Before we get into the exciting topic of the 2 proposals, could you go back to slide 2 real quick? So I just wanted to hone in a little bit on the interior door locks. It seems like a small item, and I don't know if I've mentioned it just in the public board meeting before as to the significant quality of life impact that these door locks make. As the school safety stuff rolled out, kind of a minor change was made that mandated either that doors had to be locked and secured and some other things that go along with that. But basically what it did is at all levels created quite a bit of disruption throughout all the class days, no matter how you put it. And these locks solve the problem. And so I just kind of wanted to emphasize, it just seems like such a small, kind of weird item to be on there, but just how incredibly important that is to quality of life. And we did have a little bit of confusion, I think, at the end as to kind of how much was going to be allocated and such, but I'm pleased to hear that you think that we'll be able to get pretty close to taking care of the elementary schools. And then, of course, those have to get installed, and there's time that takes, and then as we move forward into future years, we'll have to move into middle schools and then high schools to get those fixed. But just this small item, I think, is one of the single greatest quality of life pieces that we can make with our small capital projects that impact the entire district. And so I just wanted to call that out as it's kind of an obscure item.
Yeah.
So
If I could add on to that just really briefly. Again, as I said, you approved 7 schools, the hardware. That should be coming here within the next week or two. Takes about 2 weeks to go through a school and install the locks. Some of that can be done during school time. It's best, most of it will need to be done after school because we don't want to interrupt the classrooms while they're doing that. So that's when we'll plan on doing that. Then we'll be ordering, you'll get the PO here in the next, or the purchasing letter here in the next month or so, ordering the additional $350,000. So between all these, that will take us up through the summer, June, July, to get all these installed. Then we'll see where we're at, again, with our budget and see if we can do a couple more. Again, we're looking at hopefully having 8 to 10 left after this batch, after we get all these done, yeah.
and then that's all I had on this. So I'll let someone else start the next discussion, and I'll join in the middle.
So I want to ask a question along with this. So our newer schools, like, do the high schools, so none of our schools have them? Okay, that's what I was
All
wondering.
these opened before the bill came
Okay.
out, even Union and Peruvian Park, Glacier
Okay,
Hills, yeah.
so basically all our schools,
All
not
the
just
schools.
elementaries?
Yeah, all of them, yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. Who wants to start the next discussion? Okay, great, Mrs. Nybar.
First off, I want to thank President Schill for giving us the time to have a healthy discussion tonight regarding this, because I think there is so much that goes into this. I think, as we all know, as we've gone throughout this process, I can speak for myself, but there sure is a lot to consider. And I know long-range planning has spent so much time going through everything. I had some thoughts that actually were pretty similar to that Jake Garfield who came and spoke. The reason why, and what I spoke to last board meeting, why I wanted to put this on hold is because I wanted some other considerations to be explored. And I don't know that anything has changed as far as much considerations or new, a lot of new information or research has been done since December. With this is pretty similar to what we saw in December, but in December we decided to put it on hold. And for me, the reason why I was interested in that was for a few reasons. First off, I do believe that we need to look at this very strategically, as we all do, and we need to look at, okay, what's the 5-year plan? And one thing I really love that we've done with capital projects, which I think was your idea, Leon, is we organized the capital funds projects and you actually gave them a level of importance. Do you remember that? Where we had kind of numbers of importance, like roof and different things, because we had all these needs. We kind of went through, okay, what's the highest priority? And one thing that has been, and I said this actually back when we first started discussing this, is when I look at the school populations, if we just go by school populations of what's the highest priority, obviously Bella Vista came up, Brookwood, Oakdale, Granite, and Willow Canyon, but Park Lane wasn't one of them, just because all those others have lower populations than they do. But I've also thought about, what data points are we looking at? Like, You know, we can look at student population, we can look at median household or median price of homes to see, okay, if we're gonna have a youth wave turnover, if interest rates are going down, would it be more likely that families with young children would move into the area? One thing that I think would be interesting is looking at the special programs that are offered, the number of students that walk. We've done that a little bit, the number of students that are bused. What I'm really interested in is within the neighborhood, what percentage of the population do we actually capture to our public school and how many go elsewhere? Number of preschool age children, looking at birth records from 4 years ago and looking at, okay, what do we have upcoming? How many classes per grade? I think some of those things as data points, because I do think two things. I think we are going to need to close some schools, but the second thing is I think we have to be so strategic about that. As I've been considering these proposals, I was thinking about in business, when the market changes, there's one of two things that happen. The successful business owners adapt to the changing market. They come up with a new strategy that works, and they tend to be very, very successful. There are businesses that when there's a changing market, economy downturn, they close their doors. My concern is we're in a bit of an educational race as the state of Utah. As more money is being poured in to divert the money elsewhere to alternative educational pathways, I think we're in a bit of an educational race. And I think that maybe what we need to do is we need to think about how can we adapt. Now, one thing I would suggest is the stronghold. What makes us the strongest option for parents and families is that they get to send their kids to school with their neighbors. And our school becomes the epicenter of the community. And we've seen that in our community input meetings. We've seen parents come and say, this is our community. This means so much to us. And they're all wearing their pride shirts and they're talking about how awesome their school is. And my concern is if we start closing schools and we aren't extremely strategic about it, are we cutting off our arm in the educational race? Are we then taking this neighborhood that goes to their neighborhood school and now all of a sudden they don't have a neighborhood school, and then maybe they decide maybe we should go to a charter school or a private school? We're kind of taking away the thing that makes us so great, is that we are the neighborhood school. And so I do know that some of our schools that are really struggling in population, we're going to need to look at closing or combining. But maybe also what we need to look at is how to innovate and how to adapt. So I'm just going to throw out a hypothetical. Granite Elementary, we have low numbers there, 273. But what if we kept that open and we looked at piloting a Montessori model, something that's very innovative, something that optimizes education and makes it very personalized, and we look at reducing costs too at the same time, combining grades. I mean, this is all very, very non-traditional, and I'm not saying that's what we would do, but I do think if we look at more personalized educational opportunities and we can keep that stronghold of being the neighborhood school in the community, that might be the best way to keep public school as the number one choice. When I moved here from Tennessee 15 years ago, I actually, at the time, our neighborhood school, Willow Springs, was really was not as strong and healthy as it is today. So I moved into an area that had Channing Hall Charter School and Summit Academy. And the neighborhood I moved into, I quickly learned that none of our neighborhood kids but 2 went to Willow Springs. They all went to Channing Hall or Summit. There had been some dissatisfaction, and actually I learned that a lot of the people sitting on the board at Summit Academy lived within the neighborhood I'd moved into and the neighboring neighborhood. And that's turned over now. And now most of that neighborhood, I no longer live in that neighborhood, but most of that neighborhood goes to Willow Springs. I think those are some things we face. I know we're saying right now, we're going to close these schools and we're going to keep the buildings open for possibilities. But eventually, if we do actually end up closing or combining 5 or 6 schools, we're not going to be able to hold on to those buildings forever. We are going to have to put them up for sale. And if this legislation passes about having the first right of refusal, going to charter schools or things like that, I worry greatly about that. Are we adapting to the changes in our educational market? Again, I acknowledge I'm not trying to be too idealistic. I know we do need to close some schools, but my concern is, are we being very strategic about it? And why is Park Lane something we're considering when we have like Oakdale and Brookwood that have lower numbers? And how can we look at being innovative? And so anyways, I'd like to start that discussion and hear from the rest of the board.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to go next? Anyone? Mrs. Dolly.
Thank you, Leon, for all your work on this, and Kirsten on working on the slides. This has been a lot of work. I think a lot of us on the Long Range Planning Committee probably think about this about every single day. So it's not that the process is still continuing. What we're just asking today is to make a motion to start the clock. So we leave ourselves with some options available come spring. We want to acknowledge for Bella Vista and Ridgecrest, this has been a hard process, and I think realizing it's going to help our communities if we can give them a little longer runway in this process to do the transition. It's really difficult for our school communities, and so giving them time to adapt in this. This doesn't mean it's a final vote. We still have opportunities to change and adjust as we go along. But it's also that there's a lot of discussion, as we've heard this last week, of potential cuts to education in this next legislative session, not to mention the unfunded mandates we've gotten in the last couple legislative sessions. And as public education, we're going to start to end up between a rock and a hard place when it comes to funding. And we need to be ahead of the game in this. It's not fiscally responsible to continue to spend $1 million a year on each of these small schools. That's $4,000 more per student. That's not fair to the students across the district. As Principal Celine said, there's an opportunity cost for these students also. They're not getting the same variety of programs. They're not getting the same wellness and other wraparound supports in their schools. And so as the school district, our largest expense is personnel. And as we start to feel this pinch, it's not fair for our personnel to fill that if we're not able to give cost of living adjustments or we have to cut positions. It's not fair for them, the staff, to fill that burden that we're going to be faced with if we don't deal with this sooner than later. So we are aware of the concerns that with having, if we close both of these schools down the road, that it could leave a larger geographic area without a school, but those are things we're looking at in our long-term plan and how we will adjust that in the future as we have the opportunity to rebuild aging schools and to look at those things. So we're still studying, and we're going to continue to study for a while now as we adjust to this changing demographic. That last year we lost 700 students in the district. 450 of those were elementary students. That's an entire elementary school of students. It's projected we're going to lose 1,100 students this next summer. Probably a large portion of those are elementary. So we have to get ahead of this trend and be adapting and being strategic now before our hand is forced when we're in an even tougher situation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Dolly. Anyone? Okay, Mrs. Pedersen, then Mr. Edel.
Oh, come on, it's more fun to play ping pong back and forth. Being a member of the committee, I also agree with a lot of the data that Mrs. Dolly has been presenting, and I want to make it clear that we're not anxious to close any of these schools. We're not thinking that that's our only option, but we are looking at what can we do that would be more efficient and a better support for our students. our point of making these motions is just simply to say, we have a date for closure, that this isn't going to go on and on and on. Because if we keep extending it, that pushes this whole problem one more year, and then we'll have to do more again. You know what I mean? This is not a one-time done and then we're done. We know that the domino has to be tipped, and that we know that further things are going to happen. So I'm not saying we're closing these schools for sure. We're just saying that we would like to have that decision, and our community has said, well, you're killing us. Just help us get a decision. We're saying that we would like to have continued information that we're studying. A lot of it is border boundary information and other school, looking at some of these other lower schools and seeing if they are factors into some of these choices that we're making. This may or may not be, this may be the decision that we settle with at the very end, but we're not saying it is the decision right now. We're just giving a date that we need to make that decision for, so that we can give them, that would give, if these schools merge and or close, whichever the version you want to say, this gives them a decent runway. That would give them all the summer, all the school year, and then the next summer to get the communities organized together, to plan out strategically and anyway, carefully, I'll just say that. I can't talk. To be able to plan the best things we can for our students, because our goal is still, what's the best for our students? Do they have the choices for courses equally throughout the district? And it's true, they don't. Some schools have more options than other schools. So we're kind of looking at what can we do that will help spread. When everybody moved in all at the same time, everything clumped together and they're all a mile and a half apart. We are looking as a committee, if long-term, where are our region, where do we need to make sure that each region, each area has the best location for those students. Some students may have to travel a little farther. It's not convenient, it's not fun, it's not great. And we want to make sure that we have the best teachers in those schools. If we drag this out, we do know that some teachers need a little more stability quicker, and they'll leave those schools. They will transfer. There's a possibility, I can't guarantee, but there is a possibility that our teaching staffs will shift on their own, and we won't be able to choose from the very best that we would like to have in these merged schools, not saying that the ones that leave aren't the very best. We just want to make sure we have the strongest possible combination. So by making this motion, we are saying we're still studying this. We're looking at more factors. We know a lot about our communities, but we haven't looked at some of the surrounding boundary issues, and we want to make sure that what we do doesn't damage our feeder system as well. So, and that's been a concern from our community as we've been going to these meetings. They're very concerned that we that we can strengthen. Combining, for instance, Willow Canyon and Parkland together, those are the very same people that are going to go down that feeder system to Eastmont and Jordan. Moving them to one building or another doesn't change the number. It's not improving that. It's not hurting it, but it's not improving that. What would improve that is if more parents in those areas chose to send their students to those schools and not go out of the boundaries. So we need to look at where our boundaries are at and what we need to do. So we need more time, which we're giving ourselves 3 more months, at least 3 more months of time to make that decision so that people can move on and our communities can relax and they won't feel like they're in limbo forever. So that's the reason why the committee felt that we needed to give a harder stop, not just say, hey, we're just going to move this on. We need to say, okay, we're starting it over. We have a lot of information, but we're still gathering a lot of information, and that in the next 3 months, we will have a better, have more information to help support the final decision that we make. So that's all I have to say to that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Edel, then Mr. Lewis.
All right, so the opening song of Star Trek Enterprise starts with, "It's been a long road getting from there to here," and this has been quite the long road getting from there to here. So as we started this, it really started as, at least for me, the wake-up call was interestingly the Granite community coming and telling us that we need to do something about it. And so that's when I really started looking at things a bit more in depth, right? That's when we identified, or that's when I started to see Bella Vista, which was a recurring topic that predates me, and had hung on for quite some time. And then that's ultimately what led into the various proposals that have come. And then, of course, we went through our public hearings, and the communities spoke very distinctly as to what some of their desires or some of their concerns were, especially when we look at the Granite community with their concerns for maintaining EEC with the students, as well as staying within their current feeder system. And so we heard that, and so we looked at a pivot, right? And I just wanted to also throw out some enrollment data. So this is from our attendance matrix from November, so it's still fairly current. And so our lowest enrollment school, of course, is Bella Vista. That's followed by Willow Canyon, and then Granite, which has one additional student beyond Willow Canyon. And then right above that, there's a cohort of 4 schools that are within 5 students of each other. So the lowest being 312 and the highest being 317. Park Lane is included within that cohort of schools. So this is, right, an issue that's affecting almost all Utah schools. Even if you look at our neighboring districts that are growing, like Jordan, for example, just put a pause on all new schools. And Jordan's been expanding for quite some time as they have the western edge of the county, and they're able to continue to build out, whereas over here in Canyons, we're fully built out. With that, I don't think that anyone can reasonably argue that our East Bench is going to have a resurgence of populations and kids. Our East Bench is pretty tapped out, and it's not going to get better. And it's not an issue of they went somewhere else. It's not an issue of any of that. It's an issue of it's expensive, and people aren't having as many kids. We can see that from our demographics. And that's not something we made up. That's provided to us by the state, and that just is what it is. Some other areas are going to be more stable due to the better cost of living. So as I've gone into this one's been really, really hard. So proposal A for me is a lot less hard. I don't feel that area is going to have any changes. I don't feel that we've gone wrong, and I'd really like to proceed forward with proposal A. And overall, the Granite community spoke and said that they do want to maintain their feeder system that enables them to do that. Proposal B is what I've gone back and forth with so many times, right? And for a lot of reasons. So, first, I want to acknowledge that I have some of the most amazing colleagues here with me on the board, and that I think that none of this has been easy for any of us, and that the logic that everyone brings is pretty sound, which I think is why it makes this so hard, and why I am happy that we're having this discussion, right? Because the discussions that we have not in public can't be heard, and so I feel like you kind of miss some of the context behind it, right? So as we look at Park Lane, Willow Canyon, we look at an area that has to be addressed, especially if we look at Willow Canyon. So I identified, based on our November numbers, that Willow Canyon was second lowest enrollment in the district. And Willow Canyon, I mean, we could very well continue to limp the school on for a period of time. We did that with Bella Vista, but we learned that that's not the best. And we even heard some of that tonight, where we had our Bella Vista teacher who described that it was really hard, right? But our Bella Vista staff has been amazing, because we've got pretty amazing teachers, ESPs and administrators within our district, and kind of no matter what the circumstance that they're thrown into, like they rise to the occasion every single time. So that's a concern, right? Is the population, especially as we look at Willow Canyon. And it's come up several times. Why is Park Lane in the middle of this? Literally because it's in the middle. Literally, Park Lane is in the middle of all this because it's in the middle. And we're going to have to address lines at some point. But then comes my hesitation, which has been pointed out, which is a significant gap of schools within that area, as well as when the difference in population and kind of, I don't know how to put this politely, so I'm just going to throw it out there, okay? There's a social economic difference the further east you go, and that is a reality of life. And I was talking to one of my colleagues of some different lenses that we have as we look at things. I live in West Sandy. My kids have always lived always gone to school in a different neighborhood. I had Bellevue kids, and we loved Bellevue, and then they became Glacier Hills kids. Always across 7th, which you would never have elementary kids cross 7th. So we've always been in a hazard route zone. And like those are distinct areas that don't interact with each other. So they've always gone to school in a different neighborhood, and we've always been fine with it. But again, that's through my lens. That doesn't mean that's consistent across the board for all people, right? And that doesn't also mean that it's wrong when I say that's not consistent across the board. We have different lens that we look through, and I think that's an important consideration as we look at the Willow Canyon, Park Lane area. Again, the further east you go, and it's pretty consistent, the more affluent you're going to be, but that also expands the options that you're going to have in terms of education, what you're going to do with that respect. So that part does concern me as well as the advocacy of those in the Park Lane area. So I think of advocacy as something really important, and I know that some in the Park Lane area have rubbed people the wrong way, but I think it's important too that we don't combine bad actors with good advocacy. If you have a large peaceful protest and you have a couple people who start breaking windows or setting cars on fire, are all of the protesters bad? They're not, right? Is the cause of the protest bad? It's also not bad. And I think it's unfortunate that there's going to be bad actors in every group, and I'm not saying that they've set cars on fire, broken windows, and I appreciate that they haven't gone to those extent. But there have been various impolite people, right, that have been encountered and have rubbed people the wrong way. But I think it's important to separate the advocacy from the bad actors that are part of that. We just had Mr. Garfield here, who was extremely polite, and I've had a number of conversations with people who've been really fantastic with all of our discussions that we've had so far. So this is really long, right? But in the end, I think it's because this situation's really complicated and we don't have what I think to be a truly good solution. And that's why I feel like like trying to balance on a really thin fence line, right? Not because I'm flip-floppy like I kind of feel I am, but more because I think that this is a really hard situation with a lot of variables that goes into it. And I think the outcome is going to be really important. And it feels like if we delay, right, we potentially hurt Willow Canyon. We incur additional costs by subsidizing the low enrollment. So there's some distinct issues that happen there, right? And Park Lane is potentially not far behind. Park Lane's potentially stabilized. We don't really know the future, but we do know that it is in that cohort of low enrollment just right above Willow Canyon and Granite. On the flip side, right, if we were to go ahead, and I know we're not voting to close any schools right now, but go ahead and combine them into Willow Canyon, you know, that is fiscally responsible. But at the same time, I do think that it does leave that gap open in an area that really does need a school located there. And the Park Lane site itself, I wish we could just, I don't know if you've ever used SimCity 2000, but you can just kind of level the ground and then blow up the building and then just throw a new one there. And in a perfect world, that's what we do today. And then tomorrow, everyone would just go to school in the new one, and it would be great. And we'd just move the roads, and you know, be easy. But so I guess that's my hesitation as we're at right now. Is this really is a highly complex situation here with Proposal B.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lewis.
So I'll start my comments on Proposal A, which I just want to echo what Andrew said. I have no issues pretty much with Proposal A, ready to move forward with that. Just as he said, it's a affluent area. Don't see a whole lot of change coming over there. Specifically with the Park Lane, Willow Canyon consolidation, I have a couple of issues with the current proposal, specifically with the fact that we don't have a plan for what we're going to do with Park Lane moving forward. I think just from where I'm coming from, this is the only proposal, the Park Lane and Willow Canyon consolidation, that we are asking the school with the higher population to join with the school with the lower population. And I think it would be appropriate for this specific proposal to offer a firm deadline for the start of a new school construction, because we've considered constructing a new school on the Park Lane site. I think it's pretty clear that it is the central location. It's a pretty good location, and we also still own the property. We should set a firm deadline for when we're going to start it, and I think that would ease a lot of the concerns in the Park Lane community, as they were the loudest community during this last process. If we say, yeah, you will have a new school on the Park Lane site opening, for example, in 2032, I think that's going to ease a lot of fears. 2032, 2033, whatever, we'll figure it out. But we should have some sort of deadline. I don't know if that means we put off approving Proposal B until the next board meeting, which I believe would be the latest that we should be putting it off for, if we were to put it off at all. But that's kind of my only thought here, is that if we're asking this kind of unique situation of all the three consolidations that we're considering, this is the unique one where we're asking the bigger school to join the smaller school. We should give them a little bit of almost a consolidation for joining the smaller school.
Okay, thank you. Now we're going to have Mrs. Oakes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So, yes, hard discussion, hard decisions. I know it's getting late for everybody. I am in agreement with regard to proposal A. I think we need to move forward on that. I also feel like we do need to move forward with proposal B. And I'll tell you why. For the reasons that Ms. Dolly shared, there is financial urgency, and with the rate that all of our enrollment is falling as quickly as it is, this is not going to get any easier. We've got to be discussing it. And that's really, to Ms. Pedersen's point, that is what we're voting on, is to have further discussions about that. I would, akin to what Mr. Jackson shared, like to have further discussions about what it would look like to have a school constructed on the site of Park Lane. I do think it is, from a perspective of location, it is a better location for traffic purposes and other purposes. It makes more sense. I will say, I was driving up to rural Idaho last weekend for part of the weekend, and as I was driving up there, it was very interesting to drive past public schools and see how many buses they have. Rural kids in Utah and elsewhere are used to having to be bused. It is just a normal thing. And the thought strongly occurred to me as I was headed up there that busing is going to become increasingly more and more a requirement no matter where you go to school for the most part, because as populations decrease and children are there flung areas in order to be able to create a critical mass for a school, it's just going to be part of the reality that we live in. Again, I've mentioned this before. My kids had an amazing experience with busing, and I loved it. I thought it was the greatest invention that ever came along for a parent personally. But I recognize that the pain involved with feeling like you had a certain thing and then that thing changes. Someone moves your cheese and it's pretty painful. And I recognize it's hard. It doesn't mean that the other experience has to be terrible. I actually think that both of those school communities are incredibly strong, just like Quail Hollow and Granite. And there's a lot of strengths that those schools will come together with that after the initial growing pains will start to show. Again, we haven't made any definite decisions. A lot of things can come out in those public hearings and discussions. But I would encourage the public to be open-minded and consider some of the challenges that we have. If we were a state like Wyoming, which invests a significantly larger amount of money into public education, and we had the flexibility that we wish we did, we would be able to keep these schools open without a problem. But it's simply not the reality. We're 51st in the nation per pupil spending. And the legislature is not backing away from cutting taxes and increasing unfunded mandates and a lot of other requirements on us as schools. And without continuing to push upward our property taxes again and again and again, we have to be fiscally responsible and figure out something different. Again, I'd like to have further discussions about what it looks like to plan a school in the future at the Park Lane site, but I think we need to move forward with public discussion and give some of these schools an idea of what to expect. I think in a lot of this, the hardest part is just the lack of clarity. To Ms. Nybar's point before about being really creative with other options and with the Montessori thing, I want to address that. I am an enormous fan of Montessori education. I had my kids participate in some of that earlier, along with Waldorf education. It's an incredible model. It's also a very expensive model. If you speak with anybody who has ever started a Montessori school or runs one with that, it's very insightful. But in order to be able to properly do it, it's expensive, in part because your teachers have to have additional specialized training. The materials that go into that are also very expensive, and usually the way that the class sizes run, it's not as straightforward as one might expect. And so, again, that's something I would love to see, an arts-based model of a magnet school in our district. I'd love to see Montessori. I'd love to see a lot of different things. But when we're dealing with a pretty limited budget, it makes it difficult to figure out how to make some of that work. So anyway, those are just some of my thoughts.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Oaks. So I want to make a few comments. I will not repeat what everyone said, but I really do appreciate all my fellow board members' comments. I do think it's important for us to move forward with both proposals at this point because I would like us to have the hearings. And we haven't heard from Park Lane and Willow Canyon. We have not heard from Granite. Well, we have heard from Granite, but not with this proposal, with Granite and Quail Hollow. And I do want to hear, what Park Lane says about this. At the same time, I want to echo kind of what Mr. Lewis said, as well as Mrs. Oaks, and that I would really like us to have a plan to rebuild a school as soon as we can. And I also think it should be built on the Park Lane site because that site is more central. And there's been some other comments about why that would be better. But I don't think it's good to leave like a big gap of no schools right there in the middle. I do think combining Park Lane and Willow Canyon will support the Jordan feeder, and I want to make sure that we don't do anything to damage that feeder. So that's also why I think it's important for us to just figure out when we can rebuild that school and announce that at the same time, or just as soon as possible. Because I would love us to be able to do that Glacier Hills model. I mean, that was really smooth. And I mean, I know it's still hard. It is still hard to combine schools, but that would be, at least for me, my ideal thing. I also want to clarify something that Mr. Garfield said, because people keep saying this. The reason we never considered moving Ridgecrest to Bella Vista is that Bella Vista could not hold all those kids without multiple portables. And of course, we don't want to do portables if we can help it. We do have to do them once in a while, but that's not ideal. So, I mean, it was nothing about that we didn't consider that. We did consider it, but it wasn't possible because Bella Vista is the better conditioned school. It has a better FCI. And FCI is important. We're not just discarding FCI in this whole thing. It's one of the data points we look at very seriously. So I think at this time, if it didn't seem like anyone had questions for Mr. Wilcox, so I think we can move forward with the motion. The one thing, when I looked at the motion, is I'm wondering if we would want to add the school year to that, just to make it even more clear.
Sure, yeah.
Like 2027. I know, where would that go? Mr. Edel? Okay, Mr. Edel, maybe he can put it in there.
Yeah, I think I can insert it appropriately. I move that we initiate the notification required under Utah Code Section 53G-4-40224 and provide notice that the board is considering the closure of Granite Elementary School starting in the 2027-2028 school year to parents of students enrolled in the school, parents of students enrolled in other schools within the district that may be affected by the closure, in particular, the current section of Granite Elementary be boundaried into Quail Hollow Elementary School, and another section be boundaried into Lone Peak Elementary School, and the governing council and mayor of Sandy, as well as required public comment and date, time, and location of the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion to that motion? Yes, Mrs. Nybar.
I just want to say one thing. We have been here before. We had a situation at Alta High School where the population dipped down to 1,600, and we had extreme innovation called Dr. McGill, who's here, and figuring out the Step to the U program and having the kids earn college credits. And in just over 2 years, we went from 1,600 to 2,600. So I just want to remind all of the board members, I do want to be fiscally responsible. Katie said we need to adapt and we need to be strategic. And I agree with both of those statements. And I know we can't possibly keep all of our elementary schools open, but I do think we need to start being innovative in our elementary schools. Our high schools all have pretty thriving populations, and we have been innovative in our high schools. And we also have special programs in our high schools that we don't have in our elementary schools. So I know the declining birth rate is a problem, but I also know we have other schools like Beehive Academy and others who we are losing students to. So I do think we need to be strategic. I do think we need to be innovative. I do think we need to adapt. I do think we need to look at piloting other ways to deliver more personalized education to our elementary schools so that we can maintain good enrollments and healthy enrollments. And the last thing I would say is my largest concern is when we say we're going to continue to research. I think once we move down this step of going back to community input meetings, at that point, after another month or two of doing all of that, the 90 days, I think it's almost a foregone conclusion that this is going to go forward, because I don't think we can continue to study and at the same time take 5 steps towards this. I think if you're going to continue to study, then you place it on hold. We'll take community input, and the Granite proposal is slightly different, and I think there was a lot of the Granite community interest in going to Quail Hollow, so if they're excited about it, I'm excited about it. But I think we have heard a lot from Park Lane, so I just would remind the board that we also look at being very strategic and innovative. That's it.
Okay, thank you. And just as a reminder, going off what your comments were, I mean, after the hearings, we did a total pivot and totally changed the proposal. So I don't think we can say, if we're going to approve these right now, this is what we're going to do, because I don't believe that, at least not for the second motion, since a lot of people brought up some hesitation. Anyway, okay, if any further comments? Okay, I will now call for a vote on motion number 1, and that is proposal A, moving forward. So all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that motion
Me,
passes.
I'm opposed.
Oh, I'm sorry. That motion was not unanimous, and Mrs. Nymar voted nay. Okay, now I will entertain another motion if we want to move forward with that proposal B.
I'll make a motion. I move that we initiate the notification required under Utah Code, Section 53G-4-402-24, and provide notice that the board is considering the closure of Park Lane Elementary School for the 2027-2028 school year to parents of students enrolled in the school, parents of students enrolled in other schools within the district that may be affected by the closure, in particular that Willow Canyon Elementary School's boundaries be changed to include the current boundaries of Park Lane Elementary School and the governing council and mayor of Sandy, as well as required public comment and public hearing.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll make that second.
Okay, thank you. So there is a motion and a second. Any comments to this motion? Okay, I will now call for a vote then. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, so there are 4 yeas. It is Mrs. Oakes, Mrs. Pedersen, Mrs. Dolly, and Mrs. Schill. We all said yes to that. And then those 3. So Mrs. Nybar, Mr.
Those 3.
What? What
Just
did I
laughing,
say?
you're like, and then those 3?
Those 3.
Those 3 at the end?
Well, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't, nothing against that. I'm just saying this side of the room was made. So Mrs. Nybar, Mr. Lewis, Mr. Edo were nay. So that motion does pass, and we will continue this process. I do have one important question. That is, when will this postcard be sent out? And when will we figure out the hearing dates?
So, yes, so we will notify both UPS and Parent Square within the next couple days of this.
Okay, do you hope to have the hearing dates before that, or no? We'll just notify by,
We'll notice,
by,
we can have the hearing dates, maybe we'll run those by board leadership and make sure you guys are okay with that and get
well,
those
and
out.
maybe
We'll,
before the board, only because we need to have a majority of board members there, so we just need to make sure 4 of us can be there for the
least four,
hearings.
yeah. The last time we sent the card had the hearing dates.
Okay.
So I know that would be our preference. We don't have to send 2 different cards
Okay.
out.
Well,
But-
if we can figure that out,
Figure
but
out
if
the
we can
dates.
get that done
You sh-
this
You
week.
know, in the motion, it was public comment and hearing. We don't, we need to let, obviously, the community know the dates. That's not required of a motion or anything, but we will get a couple possibilities out
Okay,
this week and then go
and the
from there.
postcard will go this week.
No, I think we're gonna, if possible, we'd like to get the dates and send with the postcard.
Okay, that's fine, but
yeah,
but we need it sent this week to start the 90 days officially, right? So,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. So we'll
Okay.
try to get it out we want to get it out as quick as can, but let us work on dates tomorrow and Thursday,
okay,
see if we can get there.
perfect. Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilcox. And thank you, board, for that discussion. It was not easy. Okay, we're going to start with staff comments then, and we'll start with the superintendent.
Thank you, President Schill. First off, just want to tell you as a board, thank you for your great service. And, watching you wrestle with these difficult issues over recent months really builds my faith in our system as a American democracy, that this is what it's all about. And with all of the political noise and everything going on in the world, watching you all in action take up these issues and really take it to heart, take it personal, carry these heavy burdens with you. I don't know the public always is fully aware of just how heavy that mantle is that you carry, but many of us see it. We see this daily. This is really, your second job, full-time job that you take on, and I just want to express appreciation for that. Secondly, just appreciate everybody that's presented tonight and all of the comments that have been said. So thank you. And then also just want to give a shout out to our district science fair is tomorrow. And you all got an invite on that. You're welcome to attend if you'd like to. The judging will be from 4 to 6 here at Canyon Center. So if you have some time, you want to swing by to see that. Science fair for our students in Canyons is always a great event, highlighting a lot of the things that we've been talking about when it comes to hands-on learning and looking at, what we can do to enhance our students' experience. And then the awards will be Thursday night from 4 to 5:30. So both will be in the Canyon Center if you'd like to attend. So just wanted to throw that out there. So thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Oh, one
Superintendent.
other thing too. Last week was a heavy week for listening tour. We had 7 or 8 stops between schools and programs. Just thank you to the board members and our admin team that have been able to attend. But super, super positive, and more listening tour stops this week. But for all of our departments and schools that we've been at this past couple of weeks, just want to tell them all thank you for their input and just really positive morale and a lot of great things have been said, and a lot of appreciation to the board for all the things that you've done to support our employees. So just want to mention that.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. We will now have the Business Administrator report by Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah, just one comment. On the, again, when you approve our consent agenda, you have the hire and terminations report. One name on there on the termination side that I wanted to bring out, and that's Janet Goebel. She's one of those who's been with us since day one when the district started as our great CTE director. So many great things she's done over the time. Janet has been out last little while with some with some health issues. We know that they do continue, and so she has retired. We certainly love her and wish her and her family the best going forward with her health issues, and want her to know how grateful we are for her service, for the 17 years she spent with us, and for all the many great things that she did for us and that we're continuing to keep in our thoughts and prayers. And that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Now we will have board comments, and we'll start with Mrs. Nybar.
Thank you. First off, I want to thank those who presented tonight for those presentations and for all the time and effort that goes into that. I too wanted to express my gratitude and thanks to Janet. She was one of the first people who reached out to me when I got onto the board 5 years ago and made sure I had a tour of CTEC and invited me to lunch and learns at Corner Canyon. And Janet is not only a fantastic person and just a great leader with CTEC and education, but she's also just someone that you quickly love. My thoughts and prayers are with her and her family as well, and it's with a heavy heart that I looked at that resignation. To the Bella Vista teachers, I want to tell you thank you. Thank you for your work. You are effective teachers. We appreciate all that you've done. Bella Vista was an amazing elementary school. It was a blue ribbon school. You were dedicated and you did do a fantastic job. And I want to apologize as a board member to that teacher and all the teachers who were watching that I failed to thank them, because your efforts did not go unnoticed, and you are amazing, and we're lucky to have you as part of Canyons. I want to do a quick shout out to Whitney Lunt for being the cheer coach of the year. She has an amazing work ethic. You have never seen anyone more energized in pouring everything into her program. She has shaped so many athletes. She's created so many collegiate scholarship opportunities for her cheerleaders, and she's just so fun to watch. I love watching her teams compete and perform. Another thank you to Eric Kerr. The thing that's probably the most impressive about Eric Kerr is he really does care about all of his athletes so much. I had a conversation with him a few years ago. I said, Eric, are you going to leave us for college? And he said, you know, it's kind of hard. I just love the personal development of each athlete so much. And in college, there's the transfer portal. It's going to be hard for me. I don't know. Congrats to Weber, though. I think this is so neat for him and his career, but I'm so grateful for all he's done, not only for our students and our athletes, but for Draper at large. Our community has created Friday night lights are just a tradition, and I love it. And it feels like a small town as it feels like so much of the community comes out to cheer on these student athletes, not only the ones playing on the field, but the ones that perform at halftime. And I love that so much. And a lot of that is because of his program. And also the amazing boosters that help too. In fact, we have some parents Kelly and Nate Chandler that have run the Snack Shack for so many years, because they almost had as many boys as I did, and they all have played football, and their last son is actually graduating. He's got a scholarship to Weber. He'll follow Coach Care there, and we'll no longer have their services with all the food, but they've sure put in so much time. A big congratulations to Casey Cetera. I'm so excited about this. If you've ever had the chance to talk to Casey, he is such an excellent coach. He's also all about character and developing these kids and making integrity and personal responsibility and accountability important. The other thing I love about Casey is that I know Casey is going to be there, that he cares about the Draper community. He lives there. He has young boys himself, and he wants to build this program, and he's not just there for a year or two. In fact, I know how much he loved the Brighton community. I talked to him, and he said, it was really hard for me to put in that application, even though I live in Draper and my kids play for Corner Canyon Little League prep teams. He said it was hard because I just feel like I love the Brighton community. So I know it was hard for him to make that decision, but I'm really excited for what he has to offer for stability, continued stability for a coach that's going to be there for a long time. So I'm grateful for that. Finally, I just need to recognize that Martin Luther King Day yesterday. Y'all have heard my story about the little old lady I met in Cleveland, Ohio, Robbie Penman, who sent her sons with Martin Luther to pass out pamphlets door to door and had him to her home for dinner. When I met her, she was like 103 years old. And she would talk about the light in Martin's eyes. A couple of my favorite quotes of his that go a little unnoticed, but are some of my favorites are, even if I knew that tomorrow the world would go to pieces, I would still plant my apple tree. I love that. And that you're still engaged anxiously engaged in a good cause and looking towards the future with positivity. He said, if you want to change the world, pick up your pen and write. Then he said, peace if possible, but truth at all costs. That truth is the most important thing. That resonates with me. And then the final one I want to leave you with today that is become personal for me is, if you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, you have to keep moving forward. Thank you to Martin Luther King Jr. for the leader he was and for what he has done for our country. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lewis.
All right. I just want to acknowledge today is the first day of our state's legislative session. So good luck to everyone in this room and good luck to everyone in this state. I have a couple of bills I do want to talk about, specifically to the teachers, administrators, and staff who are watching the board meeting live. First, I have an ask. Please reach out to your state Board of Education member Erin Longacre or Amanda Bollinger, about the potential cuts to public education that are being considered. We received a ton of emails asking us to vote against these cuts. These cuts are not coming before this board, they're coming before the state's Board of Education. The cut is because of the $300 million, federal shortfall as a result of the Big Beautiful Bill, and the state legislature has asked all appropriations committees to cut 5% of their base budget. I would personally encourage each and every one of you to reach out to Erin Longacre and Amanda Bollinger and ask that instead of cutting extremely valuable programs in public education, such as the Beverly Taylor Sorensen program, to instead cut the Utah Fits All Scholarship, a bloated and frankly unnecessary piece of public spending, just on the basis of government of the people should pay for public goods, not private enterprise. If private enterprise cannot survive on its own, it should die. The next bill, HB 278, would reestablish the Utah State Board of Education as a nonpartisan entity. As everyone in this room knows, our board is nonpartisan. It's the reason why it functions so much better than the state's Board of Education. And this bill is being ran to simply fix the problem that was created in the last decade by making our state's board partisan. The next bill is SB 60, which reduces the income tax, which, by the way, the state of Utah's income tax can only fund public education. It cuts it from 4.5% to 4.45% on personal and business revenue. This will cause this board and boards across the state to increase property taxes in order to meet that gap. On a personal note, I work full-time, I rent, I just got out of high school, and when you cut the income tax, you are cutting my burden of supporting the school district and forcing it onto older people who have owned their homes forever. Stop cutting the income tax. Stop eliminating young people's ability to contribute back into their school system that created them, and stop forcing elderly people who have not had kids in our schools for decades to continue to put up the burden of funding the school system on your backs. It's the legislature's fault. There's also a bill, I'm not sure the number, but it's being ran to make our board partisan. It's ran every year. We don't expect it to move, but if it does move, expect 5-alarm fire. This board, local boards cannot be partisan. So just keep your eye on the legislature. No matter what you think, they're coming after public education, and they're going to be sneaky, and they're going to be deceptive, and they're going to be vicious about it. So just keep on your toes and watch those bills.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Edel.
Yeah, so I want to say that we're not the best district in the state or the region or anywhere by accident, not by a long shot. From the top, all the way throughout our schools, every single person in our district contributes to this, and we, no kidding, have the best people anywhere. I'll never be able to say enough thank yous or enough, you guys are amazing. You'll never hear it enough, no matter what. No matter what role you're in, you won't hear it enough. And I try to say it when I go into schools, but know, every single one of you, that you are amazing. So I've got 4 kids in the district now, and we've been in it for a while, and the experiences that they've had have been absolutely phenomenal. My kids love going to school. They try to go to school early. My kids are not okay when they're told that they're too sick to go to school. Like, that is a really bad day, right? That is not by accident. That is not a fluke. That is because of the amazing people that we have within our schools. It's our teachers, it's our administrators, it's our ESPs, it's our bus drivers, right? So all of the different people who touch the daily lives of our students or support them, like, contribute to this. So I feel fortunate that I get to see firsthand the impacts of our district and our phenomenal public education system that we have. I feel fortunate that I get to hear my children talk about their teachers and the great things that they do in their classroom. I feel fortunate that the biggest complaint when I have a sick child is that they're gonna miss something at school. Like, and no kidding, like, that is the biggest complaint. I can't miss this week, it's such and such this week, literally every single week. There is something every single week that they absolutely cannot miss, and that they're so unhappy to miss, even to the point where, you know, how siblings, you know, rub each other with pointing out things. Anytime they're not able to go to school, one of the siblings can say, you missed such and such at school. And so I just want to say thank you to everyone who works in our district. I'll never say thank you enough. But continue to do the great work that you did. Our comment today from the Bella Vista teacher is an example of how it goes in our district, right?
no matter what you're given, no matter what your circumstances, you are the best at what you do. And I see that consistently throughout our district. We have the best, and they always do the best at what they do, no matter what we're given, no matter what we have to work with. I mean, it's been pointed out several times, right, that we are funded 51st in the nation for per pupil spending here in Utah. And yet we have such amazing schools. That's not because we're funded 51st. It's because we have the best people. And without that, right, we'd be nothing, because our people make us everything. So thank you to all of everyone. And I don't have much more to say than that, other than every time I get to interact with our staff, I'm continuously amazed, and I'll do whatever I can to continue to help support you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edel. Mrs. Oakes, are you ready?
Yep, can you hear me okay? I want to start off by thanking Principal Shelley Karen for coming tonight. Shelley won Principal or Administrator of the Year for the Apex Awards with very good reason. She's been such a wonderful addition to the Indian Hills community, and what was able to take place with that music room and addressing the very profound need that was there, is in large part due to her advocacy and her helping us to be aware of what was going on. I believe it's anywhere from a quarter to a third of all of the students at Indian Hills actually participate in that program. And that says a lot. It really does add a great deal to the community of Indian Hills, for which I'm very grateful. I want to echo what Ms. Nybar said about our thanks to Coach Kerr and our welcome to Coach Sotero. We're excited, and I think it's going to be a great run. I want to echo some of what Jeff said earlier about how amazing the visit from Lieutenant Governor was to Sunrise Elementary. I was so impressed by those teachers and their level of professionalism and joy. I just, sitting in each of their classrooms was an exuberant experience. It was so great, and I was jealous of their students, actually, that they get to go there every day. It was awesome. I really appreciated being able to attend the superintendent listening tours at Corner Canyon and Draper Park Middle School. Every time I go to those, I learn something new, and it's very insightful, and it helps us address things earlier on, and to teach not only faculty members how to better advocate for issues that come up for them, but help us to be more aware and figure out on our end as well. I really appreciated going to the CTEC open house last week or the week before. That was awesome. It was amazing to see how much public engagement and excitement there was. And on that note, I do want to thank Janet Goebel for all of the work that she's done at the district. Really, the long waiting list for each of these programs and the excitement that attends these students as they get to participate in this type of learning, in large measure, is a tribute to the work that she's done while she's been at Canyons. And we're going to miss you, Janet, and we wish you all the best, and we'll be thinking about you, and you're in our thoughts and prayers. And lastly, I want to thank all of my board members who attended the USBA conference. That was an awesome event, and I'm always so proud of how much our board works to really craft and become better board members. The USBA's entire purpose is about building better boards, and each time we participate in digging in and better understanding our role, we really do see great improvement. Canyons was very well represented there. Vice President Edel had a phenomenal presentation on AI, and Susan Edwards and Charisse gave a wonderful presentation on bringing better awareness to the gang issues and need for gang funding and gang prevention funding. We also had Dan Harper that gave a presentation with regard to legal issues that are coming up in education. So, I mean, we could have been there. Oh, and I don't want to forget that President Schill also presented along with former President Nancy Tingey about being a great USBA board president. I mean, we've had 2 USB board presidents come out of our district, which is no small thing. It's saying a lot. So again, I feel very grateful to be able to work with such great board members who earnestly really try and think through these issues and vote in a way that they feel like is appropriate and well thought out and considered. And I really appreciate working with each of you.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Dolly.
Thank you. I'll be brief here. I want to thank the community for just your patience with us as we work through these difficult issues and understanding that we're not going to necessarily find a perfect solution that's going to work best for everybody. And yet we realize the impact this has on our teachers and staff, on their jobs, and also on our families and the change that it can bring for their children. So thank you for your patience in this process. I want to thank Dr. Wilkinson and her staff for supporting the Lieutenant Governor's visit. They did a phenomenal job, as has been mentioned, and they did it on very short notice. And so we appreciate them. They represented Canyons well. The Lieutenant Governor is just visiting one school in each district, and Sunrise did a great job of representing us well. I want to thank all those that have, for our district science fair to happen tomorrow. There's been lots of science fairs in our schools throughout the district, and so thank you to those teachers that have taken on that extra assignment to help support students in learning how the scientific method and applying those things. I also want to thank our PTA and all their work in supporting the Reflections contest. Karen and I were able to attend the award ceremony, and that was a fun opportunity. And I also want to thank Karen for her work on the USBA board and helping to put on that excellent USBA conference along with our other Canyons members that participated in that. But grateful to work with an awesome group of board members and also staff and administration in this district. As Andrew said, we are able to work with an amazing district, so thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Pedersen.
Wow, you've said it all. I do have a couple of comments, but I really appreciate all of the great comments that you guys have shared. We do have an awesome board who really do care about what we're doing, and we are willing to put in the time to support our students and our teachers in our schools. So I appreciate everything that you do. I just want to do a recognition for Kirsten Stewart and all those that worked with her to present another successful Canyons preschool and kindergarten open house. This is our second year, and she said that they had 360 preschool applications come from that, and 760 kindergarten enrollment, which we're already counting into. I mean, that's not in addition to what you've already said in other numbers, but our preschool, we're reaching out to our students earlier and earlier, and we do such a nice job of setting them up for success down the road. I was really impressed. They asked the parents to give feedback on why they came and feedback, and they said the reason they chose either to apply to preschool or kindergarten is because of strong academic programs, the reputation of the schools, that they're safe, they have a welcoming environment, they have experienced caring teachers, and some of them appreciate proximity to home and work, and that it's cost efficient for them. So, and it provides bonding for with other people from the community. A lot of people who are in preschool particularly don't know a lot of other children in the school community, and this gives them that opportunity to become part of the community. So kudos to that group. I'm going to give a little background if you don't mind. When the news came out about holding back retaining our third graders, everybody went bananas, because that's not documented good practices in education. And I was concerned that what they were saying in the news, I wanted to know, is that what they're really doing, or is that just a hook to get you to watch the news? And as usual, I found out that that's the hook to get you to watch the news. There's a little more to everything that they say on the news. So I had the opportunity to attend the governor's literacy and reading symposium, which was held just a few days before they did come to Sunrise. That's why I was so fast. And I was really concerned about what direction they're going, what are they thinking? And there were some pretty significant people that were there. Of course, it was presented by the governor and his wife. Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson was there, and Kirsten Basler, who is from the U.S. Department of Education, was also present, as well as many, many educators, and I found it fascinating, a lot of business leaders. I sat next to a lady whose family owns and operates, I can't remember which dealership it is, now my mind goes blank. But anyway, people out in the community, because the purpose for this whole meeting was, yes, we have some problems with our third grade readers not reading at minimal, only reading at minimal proficiencies, but Governor Cox, while he was presenting what his goals were, he referred to Senate Bill 127, which was passed in 2022, and we are fully implementing most of the parts of that bill, but he would really like to see it expanded to put greater emphasis on literacy as a policy, as a focus from the legislature. He also emphasized that due to cultural influences from technology, that literacy is also a crisis for adults, found across American demographics. He would like to see grade retention, he wants grade retention pressure to get cultural change. He feels like if there's no stick, the parents won't take it seriously, so that's why that's in there, and I'll elaborate on that a little bit in a moment. He'd like to see more budget focused on resources, make sure that we have paraprofessionals available for every classroom in the state, earlier interventions. Sometimes we can't get kids identified and in actual programs until they're in sometimes second, third grade. We need to identify these kids back in preschool, even kindergarten, and then track those students and make sure that they're getting support, extra support if needed. Special reading plans for the struggling students. We do a lot of that already, and he'd like them identified sooner. Of course, he's emphasizing better school attendance. And then Mrs. Basler from the government emphasized that it's being a workforce issue, an economic issue, and not just an educational issue, which made me really happy because we're doing a lot. We're doing way more. We've already brought out that despite our funding, we do better than any other state as far as what we're able to do with our money. He would like to see, this is not a law, but he would like to see it expanded. But as far as the retention part, what I shared with them, I've now mentioned it to them twice, so I hope that works, that I'd like to see it not implemented all at once if they do expand it, but that we do it gradually. That we identify a cohort in kindergarten, who's struggling, who's having those difficulties, and then we track those students and give the support that he's asking for and that we know should be available for them. And then after they've gone through first, second, and then by the time they hit third and they've had 3, maybe 4 years of intervention, only those students would be the ones that would be retained. The whole point of it being that parents also need to be part of this program, that they need to be informed more clearly that your student's struggling and we have these things that we'd like to have done, and then what can you do on your end? They were very concerned that our parents aren't reading anymore. Our kids don't see them reading anymore. The parents will be feeding a newborn and being texting on their phones at the same time. They're not getting that connection and that exposure to literature. So they're asking communities and our business leaders to come up with some programs to promote literacy in their businesses. They used to do those pizza cards, if you read so many, you could go and get a free pizza. That hasn't been done for a while, and they said those kinds of things. Putting up posters in your business, our employees are reading this. Just bringing up the importance of literacy, because we need a literate community for business. So I'm happy with the direction that they're doing. They're taking their time to go to every single district and study it. I wish the legislature would pay attention to that before they start making rules. they are actually studying this, and I think that they may come up with a great program. So I'm really happy that we've been included in the data for that with Sunrise, and I'm going to follow it and continue to see where that's going. Did I have anything else? We already talked about Sunrise, and then I was going to mention the USBA part as well. We have a fantastic board, and our district is so amazing that we have presenters every year to represent good practices to our state, so I'm really proud of that. We're also having a public, USBA is sponsoring a celebration of public education tomorrow at the Capitol to show legislators the positive of public education. I think they hear so much about private, and homeschool that we wanted to do a balance. So we have I think we have 5 groups representing our district up there to show what's the positive in education. So if you can come up, if the community would like to come up and take a look, it's in the rotunda from 3 to 6. And it's not a rally, it's not a protest, it's just a celebration of what education is able to do. And I think that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I am going to be brief and not repeat a lot of what other people have said. I have attended many of the same events. A couple that I attended that are different. I went to Jordan High School, and they had a speaker on Topaz, the Japanese internment camp, and that was just really fascinating. It was so good. I also attended Butler Elementary's PTA meeting, and their PTA is just amazing, and they really do so much to support students, and so I really appreciate all their work. I also want to add my thanks to Bella Vista teachers. As you know, my kids went to that school, and I've always thought of that school as just a really special place, and it really is a gem, and those teachers are amazing, and I am sorry that they felt neglected in that meeting. I do think all of us really appreciate them and their work, as well as all teachers in our district. I want to thank Janet Goebel for all her work. The CTE program in our district is what it is because of her, and I know she feels super passionate about it, and I want to add my thanks to her. And lastly, I just want to say congrats to Casey Satera. Corner Canyon's gain is Brighton's loss, and he will definitely be missed. He is one of the best coaches my son ever had, and my son loves him, and he's an amazing coach that builds student athletes and teaches them more than just a football, but how to be great people. And then lastly, a lot of people talked about Sunrise, and I just want to get on the record that Sunrise is the #1 elementary school in the state, #1. And many of our schools are very similar. They're the top schools in the state. So I really appreciate all the work that is done. So that is all, and I will now conclude the meeting. And thank you, board members, and thank you, administration, for everything.